Hello, welcome to the Colosseum Cup. We are here to watch the draft portion of our Dominaria draft. We are really pleased you're here with us, and I'm joined today by Table Leg 23. How we doing?
Really good, really good. It's my birthday, and I'm looking forward to seeing some medium to good drafting.
Well, I mean, it's Dominaria. We can't really ask for a better format to play, which is why it's been chosen for the draft portion of this. I'm really excited to see it played. I haven't really played a Dominaria draft in a few months. Last time it was on Arena, I think, and I think I did a paper draft about a year ago. But I know it's one that a lot of people really enjoy, and it always comes up with some sweet decks that are always a pleasure to watch.
Hopefully so.
Do you have any fond memories from Dominaria drafts? Is there anything
Okay. So obviously, when Dominaria draft first came out, when a draft format's super fresh, I like it the most because nobody's sorted it. Nobody's got their pick orders out. Nobody's fixed the format. Nobody's worked it out. So that's when I have my most fun at the start. And at the very start, the most fun I had was with the black-white historic decks. You generally pick. It didn't really matter what you took in those decks. You could cobble together something, and you'd always be able to get those kind of things.
Yeah.
And that was really nice. After that, then the format gets fixed, and then you have to adapt and actually go, okay, which of these determined lanes are showing signs that your deck's going to be any good. So yeah, early format I always love.
Yeah, and I know I really see what you're saying with the early format with Dominaria, but I found it wasn't a format which aged the same as a typical format would. So take Zendikar Rising now. Everybody knows that clerics are really good. Everybody knows that the clicker deck's really good and things like that, and they know what the key cards pick up in those in those decks. But I think Dominaria lends itself to a bit of longer term playability because there's so many good build around cards, so many different ways you can build, say, a black. Is it going to be a sapling deck? Is it just going to be a value deck, a graveyard value deck, or something like that? And I think that's what really lends itself to being an all-time favorite for so many players.
Oh yeah, loads of people love it. Loads of people love it. It's I find that unless the matchup each game involves a top tier blue-red wizards deck, they're all the matches are really grindy. So and you get these long drawn out games, which lends to good memories a lot of the time. You're not just getting, turn forward or turn 5. It's just like everything sideways. You don't usually get that.
No. It is still possible though. I did
Absolutely.
get a sealed deck in a PPTQ once, which took me. I think I got a 4-0 in the Swiss portion.
What did you use then?
That was just a red-white, just kind of go aggro deck. But
turn sideways.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't think I even had too many rares. But it was just the unusual deck that came out and took everybody by surprise because everybody was expecting one of these nice grindy decks to be played against, and they've got their grindy stuff. They've got their grindy stuff, and when you come in with a decent aggro deck, it just takes everybody by surprise. So
it does. And I mean, another thing I would like to mention about Dominaria really is a lot of people's opinions on what is good is really varied.
Yeah,
like there's some sagas people are like, yeah, that's first pick. And other people will be like, I wouldn't even play this card.
Yeah, I think certain cards like Men in the Dominaria are undervalued. I think when I was playing with it, but it's strange because I've really batted back and forwards with cards like that, and really can't decide whether it's good. But also it's really good, but it's only good in specific decks. It's only good in like decks which really care about it.
Of course, yeah. There's so many cards that are like okay, unless they're in this particular deck when they're just insane. Yeah.
It's not like some formats where all the green decks want this particular card because it's just a good green card. I think almost all of the cards really depend on picking up the support for them. It's a fantastically designed set. Real credit to the designers. But then again, it was the venerable Richard Garfield who was involved with the designs. So
the one thing
really seemed to show.
Yeah, the one thing I am looking forward to, hopefully, is someone has got the memo about how good Cold Water Snapper is. I want to see that Cold Water Snapper, someone get 3-4 of those, and then all of the chaffing champions to go on it and just send it to war.
Cold Water Snapper with On Sarah's Wings. That's
Yeah, just GG. Or even just an arcane flight or a dub. It's just that there's so few ways to get around that. It's just insane. Yeah. So you don't know what you're going to see. There's a lot of really crazy things you can do with all the sagas and stuff like that. And
yeah,
I just hope we get a few good decks come out of this.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of potential, and we do have some good drafters on the table. I know you were joking earlier that you know, some medium to good drafts, but you know, we do have some very good players. All players who played this, I think, when it was the main standard format. So got some decent experience with the format. So we should see a pretty good exhibition of what the format can do.
Yeah. I'm just trolling through the cards on Arena now to remind myself, and there's so many good stuff. Yeah, I think we're about ready.
Yeah, I just got a signal as well, so I think we're just about to go into the draft and follow Dan Rose with his draft portion. Anything you'd want to drop in about these play styles or anything like that?
Oh, okay, well, he's right. Dan, by his own admission, is probably more of a constructed player. Mm-hmm. He tends to avoid limited outside of pre-release seasons because he doesn't really need to play it. However, I have seen him do quite well. I would say that he edges on the side of a greedy drafter. He likes to take the powerful cards and try and build his mana base around that and hope that it sticks together. And I've seen that go. I've seen him 3-0 drafts. I've seen him 0-3 them with almost identical decks.
I think that kind of mindset will probably lend itself quite well to the Dominaria format. You know, that you all kind of just wait to see what comes around. And like we're saying about those cards which only go in specific decks, it might get passed by the other 7 drafters and just, you know, then be picked up by the person who needs them.
Absolutely. And with a legend in every pack as well, you're going to get some powerful cards. I think that the average card quality is not that strong, but when you're adding legends into the mix and stuff like that, there is a chance you get some really strong stuff. So it looks like.
Yes. So here we go, and a really interestingly strong start to start with here. Probably one of the more controversial rares in the format, Lich's Mastery.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you have to. Yeah. If anybody's going to take that card, it's probably Dan. But I've never been able to make that work, and I have tried.
Yeah, I think you can see he's highlighting the Grun there. I think Grun's probably the next best card in the pack. That can just end games by itself, comes down and just attacks for potentially 20.
It's an absolutely bonkers card. My only problem with it is obviously it's a double green costed thing, and I don't think that's going to stop him. If I'm being honest, what I would like to see him take is either the Sapling Migration or Shivan Fire, because that'll just go in absolutely any deck he's going to build.
Yeah. I think out of those two, I'd definitely go for Shivan Fire. I think if it was me, I would probably chicken out the Lich's Mastery and go for the Grun.
Yeah, that's very defensible. I
think a double green on a 6-cost card.
It's completely fine. Yeah. Okay. Right. This is really interesting. This thing. Right. Okay.
Right. So it's either going to be On Sarah's Wings or Cast Down here. Oh well, but we do have your friend in blue there.
Exactly. But I would expect him to wheel. I don't think everybody.
It's common as well, so you know it could easily pick one up later on. And you can see he's definitely thinking about the On Sarah's Wings, and he's wanting to take both cards there.
But you always look at it.
You obviously take the uncommon. People will pass a Cold Water Snapper, but they'll very rarely pass an On Sarah's Wings.
Absolutely. I mean, Cast Down there is strong, but not as strong as it is in. For instance, people recently might have seen Double Masters. Nowhere near as strong as it is in this format as it was then. Yeah. And Pegasus Corsair, absolutely bonkers common.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know that. If you say when I pick 5, you're going to snap it up a lot of the time. But, you know, if it's Pegasus Corsair or On Sarah's Wings, I know which one I'm going for here. There's some other really strong cards in here. You got Yavimaya Shepherd as well. You got the Jousting Lance, which I found to be really good as well.
Right, this is not as straightforward.
No, not at all. So we've got a green and a white card so far. Not that it matters a huge amount.
So the Arcane Flight, if he's really thinking about the snappers, the Arcane Flight's the kicks. I'm not sure he's thinking that far ahead just now.
No.
Bed is a perfectly serviceable card. Bed buys you some time to get things like Grunt. I think that Lingering Phantom is underrated, and as such, I think it probably to come back around, but not that he's in black. I think Impulse is pretty good as filler. That's a ideal 23rd card, but Bed, I've got no problem with that.
Yeah, I think that's what I would have gone for. And then Gwende actually goes quite nicely with that.
That is nice, yeah.
Banished Light in white as well. White seems to be a pretty good spot.
Blessed Light and another Pegasus. The only issue is this pack is too good on white. Will it pass a signal? That's the question.
Well, if it does pass a signal, if he keeps picking white, so if white's coming to him quite strongly and he keeps picking white, hopefully whoever's on his left is going to be cut out of that. You know, at least it's pack one this is happening. So you're potentially risking one pack's worth of cards where white's going to get picked quite highly.
Yeah. Having said that, I've not seen the draft order, so I can't quite see who's passing to and who's passed from.
Yeah.
I think he's passing to James.
Okay. And
he's being passed by, I'm not sure, but is it? Okay.
Now, Oath of Fairy. Every single time I open one of these Oath of Fairies, I thought I'd open it at Fairy. That's just bringing back some bad memories.
Right. Okay. So this is like last chance hotel for green. If he doesn't take Llanowar Elves, he's absolutely not going to be in green this draft.
Yeah, I think I would happily just hit the Pegasus Courser here. He's strongly in white. Send the signal. I think Dub's not too bad a choice either, but I'll just say I'm definitely drafting white. I might be able to pick up green later on, but I'm quite happy to pick up whatever other colour is going to be open or whatever bomb red I'm going to pick up in pack 2.
Yeah, I mean, you can joke about Yargle. Sir Yargle.
Kamal's Druidic Vow, Aven Sentry. Sorcerer's one's always a good fun card.
Yeah. I don't think he'll have played with that very much. I think that looking here, Aven Sentry, that's probably where he's going. He might take the rare. He might.
Yeah.
He's already got effectively four legendary permanents.
Yeah. And so he just says, 4 including the Grun. Aven Sentry, Aven Sentry does look pretty solid here, even though it seems pretty boring 4-mana 3/2 flyer. This is Dominaria drafting here. We're not drafting French vanilla cards, but okay, he's gone for the rare. I don't think it's a rare that I've seen work particularly often.
No, it's not. It's certainly not one of the better ones, but you don't know what he's got in mind. Interesting that he would take that after he passed up in the Llanowar Elves, though.
Yeah. Primeval Glorious Rebirth. Now, we're talking about legendary sorceries just before. That is a strong contender for a good legendary sorcery.
Yes, I mean it's a super strong effect, but it takes a lot of setting up.
It does.
So I'm not sure. Whilst Dan is probably reading that card and going, "That's the kind of thing."
Yeah,
I would probably take the Davenant.
Yeah. And we can see
it's okay.
Oh, no, I thought he took the
right.
Okay. Just a big old crow worm there.
Yeah, and do you know what? That worm is actually pretty good. It's more than likely the biggest creature on the table every time.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. It isn't really a format of huge creatures. There's some decent sized creatures, things like the fire elemental there that you can see, but and obviously the snapper, but. A 7/6 is probably just the biggest vanilla creature in the set, actually. If you just looking at what's on the card rather than any other effects that are going on.
He took a befuddle there.
He did, yeah.
Call the Cavalry is a slam dunk easy pick.
Yeah, I think there's not much else going on here. Definitely not picking Healing Grace. And still, white is looking to be the main colour of what he's drafting, at least in pack 1 here.
It's promising for him because white is flowing and he's halfway there already. He just needs to be sure what he's going.
Yeah, you see, he's thinking about Blood Teller Candle. That was always a nice strong card. It's obviously a historic card, so
Yeah.
because an artifact it cancels that historic thing that's going on. But
Yeah.
here you go. Here you go.
Is he going to do it though? Is he going to do it?
I mean, what else are you going to take here?
The unicorn's fine. Yeah,
it's solid. Yeah, like if the snapper wasn't there, I think it would be an easy pick unicorn. But I think the upside of the snapper at this point with what he's got.
The issue he's having here is that he's taken these green cards.
Yes.
Oh, he took the snapper, so I've got nothing wrong with that. That's nice and speculative. He might not end up going with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're not losing that much by letting the lifelink bear go past. He's not really losing out on a huge amount.
No, he's not.
His curve's quite high currently.
It is. That is another argument for the unicorn.
Yeah.
It would have loaded it a little bit, but
it's pack one. You're kind of setting out what you have, and then you pick up the bits that you need to fill in the gaps later on.
Yeah. So he's got 2 befuddles. That's not the worst.
Which are the meme cards?
No respect for Yargle. Yargle, give it the Unsera's wings. Kill him in 2.
Oh, there we go. Got it. And the Goblin War Chief. Right. So, what we're going to see pack 2. Another Yargle.
Yargle Tribal.
Do it.
The cemetery is kind of appealing to him, but because I know he likes to take the dual lands.
I think the Spirit's enough good stuff with what he's got going here.
It's not
it's not a busted card by any means. He's not really wanting to first pick it out of any pack, regardless of which stage of the draft you're at. But there's not a lot else going on here.
No, it's super weak. I mean, if he stays in green, will he take plots? Plots is kind of good, but again, you want plots to be on Golgari though. That's the thing. There's not much. There's not much for him here. I mean,
he's not really had any sapling stuff going on yet.
No. Maybe a Crows and Druid is about as much as he's going to get, or a Llanowar Scout to get up that curve, but not exciting whatsoever.
No. He's going to fix in there. I can see his point.
Yeah.
Like,
instant payoff.
So those sapling cards that we're seeing.
Yeah.
It's still an interesting point. I mean, yes, you can splash, especially if you're green. You can splash. So he goes green, white, splash, and black. It's
he can force this though, pack 2, when it's going the other way, and then just take half of it. Yeah.
It's a format where 3 colors is perfectly acceptable. There's some formats where it really is an exception rather than the rule, but I think maybe 40% of the time it'd probably end in some kind of 3-color deck in this format.
Yeah. It very much depends, because if your card quality is not there, and Skitter and Severe is just super good, is he going to take it?
He almost wants a Severe in the next pack.
That's what he wants, but I think he's going to actually take the Severe and not take Slimefoot. That's the crazy thing.
You can see he's
he did.
He's not just playing up for the camera there. He was really agonising over that choice.
Yeah. I mean, that's as not greedy as I've ever seen him. I would have 100% slam dunked that Slimefoot. It's just bonkers.
Yeah.
But now he's opened himself up to being actually 3-color, in the sense that Severe does make that a lot more defendable.
We don't really know what else is going on around the table. I can't really imagine it's the Slimefoot wheeling, but there is a chance.
No, yeah, I'm flabbergasted at that one. I'd put my house on him taking Slimefoot there.
I think I would have passed it, and I'm a huge fan of Slimefoot. I've had some fantastic drafts because of him. He's looking like he's going for the Davenant Trapper here. I think I'd possibly go for the Sergeant at Arms.
Yeah, I'd take the first Sergeant before the second Trapper, I think.
Yeah.
But looking at his curve, maybe the Unicorn.
Yeah. Oh, he's only got 1 trap. That's his first trapper. You looked at one earlier on, but
he didn't take it.
He didn't take it. Wow, his second fungal plots here. Benalish on a guard, Sarah's a sideball, I think, yeah.
I really like the Honor Guard. I won't lie. I think it's just better than Disciple. When you've got this much legendary stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's a more reliable 2-drop than the Disciple. The Disciple's often not going to be able to block. It's just an attacker when you play in historic things. Whereas
and I suppose one of these big payoffs in the deck is the On Sarah's Wings, which does a lot more for the Banal Shonicon than it does for the Disciple.
Does.
So he's good for the Disciple.
Okay. I would like to see a Llanowar Envoy here.
Yeah.
I think if he swerved the Slimefoot, then I mean I'd have taken Soothsayer, but if he swerved the Slimefoot,
that's
then...
it. I'm just thinking the last few packs have had fungal plots into Slimefoot, into another fungal plot into Thallid Soothsayer.
Yeah,
I think maybe with another card thrown there at some point. But yeah, if he had gone for that, he would have been in a fantastic place. But you wouldn't know, and that's the beauty of draft. You know, you can't predict what's going to come around. You don't know what the
exactly. Yeah. I mean, he took the Woodland Cemetery. Not a lot of people would take that. Then Slimefoot didn't take it. But then if you don't take the Cemetery, you kind of can't take Slimefoot. But it's very interesting. I've had now that is what
that's going to make him feel a little bit better. That's definitely going to make him feel a little bit better.
It definitely is. But the thing is, he could have had it all.
No, like Avad is just it's where he wants to be. I haven't hugely disagreed with any of his choices so far. I've definitely seen his logic, and I've agreed with it at least 90% every single time.
I think I would have maybe took a few different choices. However, I mean, I'm mostly looking at the Sarah Disciples and saying, I've never really rated the card. Having said that, I think that and Primeval's Glorious Rebirth are the only things I would have really thought. So I think it's going okay so far. We're about halfway point now, so still lots to do.
Now he's going between the Gideon's Reproach and the Llanowar Elves. I see why he's thinking about the two. What do you think between the Gideon's Reproach and the Blessed Light?
I'd take the Blessed Light.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Gideon Reproach is fine, and it might suit his curve a little bit better because he is getting a bit top heavy. But Blessed Light is just so good.
Mm-hmm. I think in a tournament like this, obviously it's a little bit competitive, and people are trying to win. But I think people do just kind of enjoy the draft experience and might err on the side of Durdlin if given the choice.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
I always enjoyed Windgrace Acolyte in Dominaria, and felt that it was an underappreciated card. Not necessarily underrated, but underappreciated.
Way better than you think it is. Yeah. The only problem it has is Cloud Reader Sphinx is just the best common. And trying to get through that is a nightmare. Speaking of things I enjoyed, Hala I really enjoyed. Every time I first picked Hala, I knew I was going to have a good deck. It was just... It's just so good.
He picked a controversial card, or one that was known for its soapbox moments from certain members of the limited community.
What did he pick? Oh, the Compass. Oh, well, Sam Black slam dunk, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was always a controversial pick, I think.
Will he take Yaggle too? That's my question.
Yaggle 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, he's starting to be like historic deck. Yeah. There we go.
Love it. I mean, it's really good with I've the Curse. Let's be totally honest.
It is, and on Sarah's Wings, and the other things that trigger historic. So, I don't actually mind it at all. He just needs to. I mean, having 2 is nice as well.
Yeah. How often is going to matter that the legend rule is going to be there? It's
yeah. I'd have taken Grift of Growth there.
Oh, I've got to take the Sergeant Arms now. Yeah, he's. I think he's been lucky that's wheeled. Again, white is just solidly open in the pot. I think. you could potentially, if he opens to Teferi now, he could still just take the Teferi and drop all of the, either splash the Teferi, drop one of his 2 colors.
Yeah. It's quite possible. I mean, he needs to decide fairly soon what his secondary color is going to be.
Yeah.
I doubt he's going to be playing like 8-5-4 lands.
I mean, you say fairly soon, but you could definitely wait until kind of the second pick of pack 3.
Oh yeah.
And just you don't know what you're going to open and get past, and in those early pick, if he gets past it, even if he gets past pick 2 or 3, a ridiculous bomb rare in either black or green, that could really sway him. Or like I say, a Teferi in blue-white.
Okay, he's really trying to make these Serra's disciples work and snapping up. You kind of look at that. Yeah. You kind of have to do that.
Oh. Right. Okay. Dreadshade. It doesn't feel like it's enough black for that.
No.
Unagos. It's fine. I've never felt that it was a busted card at all.
Now I really liked it. Because it's a flyer. I don't care. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't care that it's got any text. To be fair, I just think a 4/3 flyer that is a legend is fine in my book. Yeah, it's not brilliant. It turns on some things.
Yeah.
And if it connects, that's gravy.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, I always liked it. I always kind of picked it, and then I never really saw it do anything than hit them for 4 in the air.
Yeah.
But it's fine. He's got the memorial there as well.
The memorial I really like. I do really like it, but
it's definitely the best of the cycle. I think that's hands down the best of the cycle.
Draw 2 is very, very exciting. I like to draw 2 a lot.
Okay.
But yeah, I think other than that, definitely.
Chainer's Torment.
It's Chainer's Torment, that is.
It is. 90 miles all Skipper and Severe, the one that you missed out on earlier. There was Vicious Offering. You just went to highlight that one as well. Choices offering.
Vicious Offering is good, but again, more for the Saffron thing. I think he had to take the Severe and just have the stable deck going.
Yeah, I think Severe's fitting with how his deck's built right now. It's historic as well, obviously being an artifact, and I think that's a solid place to be with not the greediest of decks, but definitely one which will appreciate a bit of mana fixing on a body and the historic trigger and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, Offering is just probably one of the best removal spells. It's certainly the most efficient. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I can see him hovering over the night. The night's nice, but you aren't guaranteed black early. The Surveyor just makes your deck so much more consistent. And
I mean, the Knight's really good in his deck because he's got a lot of white permanents as well. So
yeah, definitely. But I just like Surveyor on 3 into anything just seems exactly what he's trying to do.
Blessed Light probably here.
Yeah, I like it. I do not want to see him take Serra's Disciple.
Yeah, no, I think because it's not, he doesn't have any Blessed Lights yet. Oh no, he's got one already. Yeah. So
I'm not ruling out the fact that he might take Zahid because and just play it off the compasses.
No, please no.
I do.
I suppose it's only got a single blue if you sacrifice.
Yes, it's one. You just tap an artifact.
Yeah.
Okay. Great with the Skitter and Surveyor because you can go Skitter and Surveyor, get your blue straight into Zahid next turn. It's
okay. You've convinced us a little bit here. Yeah. I was straight on the. It's a shame he can't take it. It's made it this far, but was he another Halafa there as well?
Oh god, yeah, I love that. And like, arguably, Zahid was just so easy to splash. I would have taken it in this particular deck.
Mm-hmm.
Memorial seems
that would have totally passed me by. I would never have picked up on that. Yeah, he's got plenty of playables, and obviously the Memorial takes it with land slots, so it's an easy include in the deck. I think.
Yeah,
an easy land
and protects his higher value stuff like Arva can just swing a game by himself. But no, if he just gets killed, buy him back, and generally they're drained enough that the second one lives.
Yeah, that was out. I think the only other thing, well, it could be the Windgrass Satellite or the Dominaria Trapper. He's still only got one Trapper, but yeah, I think that he's got plenty of cards he can play in his deck. He's not going to be pushed for playables, and getting the land, which does something useful to him, is pretty good here. Unlike this pack, kind of looking like the Crows and Call the Cavalry could be an option.
Yeah, it's whether he wants to take that second one.
His curve's looking okay now. He's kind of like smoothed out the curve a little bit, so he's not looking for any mana costs in particular. I think whatever he picks here does have the option of being cut.
Yeah, sure.
If you were in his shoes now, what kind of things would be hoping to see? What kind of things would be hoping to kind of pick up to fill out the deck?
What pack are we on? What pick are we on now? Is this pick 6? Okay, so we're not realistically going to see anything. Okay, that isn't what I'm looking for, but maybe he is.
Is it Envoy there? You mentioned Envoy earlier.
Envoy, I think this Envoy is a bit less than second Surveyor. The Triumph divides a lot of people.
I think it was one of those cards which did really well in the first week or two.
Yeah,
until
definitely.
people learned how to play around it. But like Song of Freyles, that was another one which just people thought was absolutely broken in pre-release weekend and the release weekend drafts, and then people just kind of got used to how it worked.
Yeah, I would have said as well, just when you were asking what I would like to see, Caligo Skinwitch would have been something that I'd like to see. Yeah. I don't think he's enough black, but he's not far off. With the 2 surveyors, you can pretty much do what you want. Skinwitch is great. Soul Salvage, I would also.
I was going to say I would have probably grabbed Soul Salvage here. How many elves does he have? He's just got the Llanowar Scouts.
Yeah, he's not much. But Divest, he passed just recently. I really like that card. I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for. In limited, you know, people have to play creatures, otherwise they aren't going to beat you.
No, he's got the Adventurous Impulse here, but you don't get fixed in your splash colours. That is
no, you splash green. You splash green for fixing, right? That's what we're supposed to do.
I mean, it's not. It is looking like green's going to be his tertiary colour here, with black being his secondary. But yeah, I don't think Adventurous Impulse is doing anything from here. However, apart from another Serra's Disciple, there's nothing else really which is doing anything from here either. Cabal Evangel, Black Bear, Sparran Constructs, fine. Yeah, he's looking at the Sparran Constructs. But definitely the playables are starting to get a bit thin here.
A lot of the times in a Black-White Historic, I wouldn't Guardians, but he just doesn't have the sagas you want to rebuy.
Yeah. I'm getting a little bit jealous of them playing this game now. I kind of want to join in myself a little bit, but might have to pick up a draft at some point, get a few people together and go on this the Hero KU app.
Yeah, so I mean, these picks he's taken now, they might be decent out the sideboard in corner cases, but I think he's just about done. I think he knows that as well.
Yeah, he's just finishing up. You've obviously got to make the picks and pick what's the best card out of the pack for each pick, because you never know what you're going to sideboard, you never know what you're going to see, especially in this format.
Yeah.
But he's definitely thinking about where he's going to be. If I was him right now, I think I'd be looking at my deck and kind of throwing a couple things in the sideboard that I'm not necessarily wanting to play. Just kind of smoothing out what I've got. But he does have until tomorrow to kind of cement down on what deck he's going to play.
Yeah. He was solidly in white, and he could have been any other color but red. Red was completely cut from him. It wasn't really consideration past really pack one, pick one.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. It could have gone a couple of ways, but I mean, he's got some good cards.
Oh, that's out. I think the deck is solid. You know, you wouldn't be disappointed in F&M with a deck like this. It doesn't feel broken at all, but it does an interesting thing. You know, you've got your Primeval's Glories of Birth in there, and some interesting legendary things. Those legendary sorceries aren't something that you tend to see a lot of in Limited. Unfortunately, I think, because they do have some really sweet things, but I suppose it makes it that when you get them to work, it feels amazing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people draw the line at Primeval's Glorious Rebirth because it takes a setting up, and you have to either be self-mill or grindy or something like that. But the payoff is really sweet if you get there.
I would go with the Glorious Rebirth over Kamal's Druidic Vow, I think, in Limited.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say that, and I mean, with no ramp, Kamal's Druidic Vow is never going to be that good.
Yeah.
So I worry about that. Personally, I would have picked up on the fact that I wasn't getting the kind of green, and I wasn't taking the kind of green, and maybe moved away from that into a more artifact-based black-white. Like I was talking about earlier, I mean, it's not exactly where you want to be, but the green wasn't really flowing that much. I mean, it might be a distraction. And I'd have played something like, I'd have splashed that Z off of the Surveyors and did it that way. Having said that, go on.
How many lands do you play in this deck?
I mean, it
feels like it's definitely at least an 18.
I'm almost certain he's going to go 17 plus Impulse.
Right. Okay.
I just wouldn't be playing Impulse.
No, I don't think I would either. You know, for all, actually, green is looking to be secondary color here. We're thinking black might be a secondary color, but a lot of black's at the top end. I think it's so much skewed in the favor of white that I wouldn't be relying on turn one green mana. Okay, so I think we're about to just jump into an interview with the man himself, and we can give him a good grill about how he's done. So as we'll pop across there, is there anything you think you're going to be wanting to ask him?
I would ask him,
apart from why on earth he's taking so many.
I would have asked him. He was clearly in white, So that was given. Where did he see himself going from there, and why did he go the way he did?
Yeah,
that's my number one question, I think.
Yeah, so like pack one, he was definitely in white with a bit of green, black, and blue. So yeah, you know, if there was any and things, but yeah, I think I'd agree with you there.
But overall, I'd say that draft was kind of like a 6 or 7. I don't think he was getting fed powerful cards that he was just turning down. I just think he just played his seat to a bit flexible, but to a degree where you'd still be all right with the outcome.
Yeah, I'd be interested to think, you know, with the power of hindsight, which is always amazing in drafts, what he thought about that the Slimefoot. But here he is. Hi Dan, how are you doing?
Hello, I am good, thank you. Did you enjoy?
We did enjoy. Did you enjoy? I think that's the main question here.
Yes.
So I feel like it was a very typical me draft in that I kind of didn't really know what I was doing and just took cards that were kind of in one color and then splashed 2 others. I wasn't sure what to do with my second or third color, and like I had the Grunt, I had the Druidic Vow, and then I also got the what's it called?
Glorious Rebirth.
Yeah, the Glorious Rebirth, and also the Arvad. So like, I wasn't sure at all if I should be going black, if I should be like I took some green cards, which they were okay. I think the majority I was trying to just be like legendary stuff. Which is why I took so many Serious Disciples. I think the card's probably just bad, but you know, I have.
There was giving you the nod there. It is seemed to be quite bad.
Yeah, so that I've got. If I look at how many things that can trigger, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So like half of my deck triggers it, makes it a 2/2. Which it's not amazing, but like if you play a couple of them, maybe get some beats down. Maybe I'm wrong, but
possibly. I mean, it was interesting. You can make a Ceres disciple work, but I was you were passing up on Diavenant trappers and things like that, and the more aggressive things that just make you want to get your opponent dead via historic means.
Yeah, so I actually thought about that whilst I was going through it. That I didn't feel aggressive enough to be taking. There was a couple of times where I had a trapper where there was a trapper on offer and I didn't take it. So I know obviously I took the one, but like I did think that I didn't think I was aggressive enough. But
yeah.
I mean, I do see myself cutting Sarah's disciple because I think, I need some cuts, and I'm not.
It's a fine card attacking and things like that, but if you're not aggressive, then it's not going to block very well. Was my issue there? And you passing up like there was one pick where you could have had that or Benley on a guard, and you took a Sarah's disciple there. And I was thinking, well, maybe get aggro here, but if you're going to block, you don't block with the Sarah's disciple generally. And with on Sarah's wings, I don't know if you put on Sarah's wings on a Benley on a guard. Good.
Yeah, understood. I think so you would have seen that I hovered over the snapper at one point.
Yeah.
Because I was considering going snapper and on Sarah's wings and just going like a blue-white and see if I could get any like arcane flights for the.
We were definitely considering that as well.
Yeah.
Which is why I took some of the befuddles, but like I didn't really get a lot of blue. There was one like really blue pack, but I couldn't see myself drifting away from where I was.
Obviously, the snapper wheels in that pack one, which kind of gives you quite a nice signal. It's not the bombiest of cards, but it does do quite a lot of work, and wheeling is a big signal. And you did see a little bit of blue. Was there anything else that you saw coming around that you maybe starting to get a little bit worried that you might be coming up against it in the matches?
So you'd have seen that. So I took a couple of like maybe the Black Bear, the Cabal something.
And Cabal Ritualist, I think.
Yeah, my reasoning was if I come up against like a Wizards build, I feel like I need some early door kind of. Yeah, I've got the Sarah's disciples, but like having something with 2 power, because a lot of the Wizards are X2s, aren't they? So I wanted something early doors to be side into to be able to have something. I did think about taking more sparring constructs, but I thought the 1 power wasn't amazing. There was certainly a choice between one of them, between the construct, between the 2/2, and that was my reasoning. Was I'd rather have an a 2/2 rather than that can beat up X2s. So
okay, interesting, because I can see that. There was one archetype which I saw, and you definitely saw as well at the time, that's typified by pack 2, pick 2, where you could have went for the slime foot.
Yeah, so I really thought about that, and so I didn't see a lot of like sapling stuff in the first one. So if I'd have seen like a omnivore or a more shepherds or something like that, there was the only one sapling migration that I saw in like before I'd got up to that, which was in my opening pack. So yeah, I could have took it, but I felt like if I'd done it, I have to have been in earlier to do it, and that would have involved a pack 1, pick 1 sapling migration, which I didn't feel happy about.
That was my pick 1, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah. Okay. That was my pick 1. It was. Yeah. Just behind that was Shivan Fire, I thought, but and then my pick 2 would have been Sappherd, so I'd have been completely on board. What confused me though is you took the Woodland Cemetery and didn't take Slimefoot, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, it's just been paid off.
Yeah. So I, when I saw the cemetery, I was like, oh, this is great. It means that my Black Splash is working my black splash is working out pretty good. So I was like, oh, this is nice. And then yeah, I get, because like I say, I'm not sure what I'm splashing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the power of hindsight, as we said in our when we were watching the draft, is definitely 2020. And that pack 2 went fungal plots into Slimefoot, into, I think there was another all right sapling card, into another fungal plots, into one of the black sapling cards. And
Yeah.
if you'd known that, which is part of the fun of draft, obviously, but if you'd known that, you would have been snapping up that Slimefoot. But I think there's definitely one happy sapling player on that table somewhere.
Yeah. I certainly remember when I did a lot of, when Dominaria had just been released, I did a lot of sapling drafts or sapling seals, and I because I haven't done a Dominaria draft in so long, I couldn't remember what I kind of am wanting, what I want to navigate through. So I kind of took cards I thought were just be powerful by themselves. And yeah, there's definitely a very nice sapling deck somewhere on this table. I just hope that I don't have to play against them.
I figured you'd say that. Now, one question I do have, and this is completely aside from whatever the rest of your draft is. Right, you saw Zahid.
The Jin, yeah.
Pack 3, yeah.
No consideration for taking that whatsoever?
It was pack 3, right?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can't even remember what it does.
It's a Marmotti de Jin for it's 5/6 flyer for 6, like a Marmotti, but you can play 3 in a blue and tap an artifact to cast it.
David Greenwood card.
Yeah. But with 2 Skitter and Surveyors, you just Surveyor on 3, get an island, tap the Surveyor, win.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a 5/6 flyer, it can't be beat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is true.
I mean, I had to be talked around. I was kind of saying that, it's a double blue card. Yes, okay, you got the cost reduction part, but as soon as you mentioned that, I was on board with the heat plan. But
I didn't think about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't think about it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, isn't this the beauty of Dominaria draft, though? There's all these decisions being made. There's all these different ways you can take the draft, and there's individual cards which are decently strong in their own right, but the synergies are there within the set.
Yeah. There's I know there are obviously each color pair kind of has their own like little sub themes. So obviously you got your green black saplings, your blue red wizards, and whatnot. And I didn't feel like I had any a sub theme apart from, I'm just going to take some legendary stuff and see how it pans out.
Black White Legendary is definitely a strong thing in the set. Do you want to finish up by telling us overall what you think of the deck? Do you want to maybe give it a rating out of 10 and think what your key cards were in the deck?
I'd give it a solid 6. It's not like a amazing. I'd be really happy with a 2-1. I think my key cards are gonna be my legendary like stuff. Probably the Avad, the Glorious Rebirth, the Druidic Vow. If I can get these off, I feel like they're gonna be very swingy. So I'm hoping that I'm hoping to hit them. If I hit them, I'm cooking with gas.
I mean, those cards, those legendary sorceries, so hard to get off, and you see them go off so rarely in draft. But when they do, is some spicy sauce.
Which is why I gave it a 6. I think it might be a 5 until I hit one of them, and then it's maybe a 7. So like, we'll go in the middle and say it's a 6.
I'm definitely looking forward to the games. I'm definitely looking forward to see what you do. I'm looking forward to get a Kamal's Druid, not the Kamal's Druidic, the Primeval's Glorious Rebirth off, because I definitely want to see it now. So thanks for that. Thanks for doing the draft. I think we're just about wrapping up now, and we'll be going to look at the prizes that are going to be opened by all the contestants. And I think Dan Shipley is going to show us what he's getting in his gift boxes. He's got a sneak preview of what's coming to the rest of the contestants. So let's go and see what he's going to do.
Hello there, hello everyone. So good to see you all. And I'm here with one of today's drafters, Daniel Shipley, and he's here to show us exactly what prizes we've got in store for us today. Daniel, would you mind giving us a little rundown of what everyone's getting?
Yeah, so I just got this mysterious box delivered today by our wonderful organizer, normal league organizer Dave. So, put it in the box. Got a lovely letter here.
It's the golden ticket.
It's a golden ticket.
He's got a golden ticket.
Ooh. There we go. So I got a personalised congratulations and invitation to the Colosseum Cup. To the Champions Tournament.
It's good. It's a good thing you didn't need to present that on entry, otherwise that might have been a problem, wouldn't it?
I know. Have to get that framed.
Absolutely.
And okay, this is funky. So I got an interesting
What is
egg.
that? An egg?
It's a very interesting looking egg.
Oh goodness me!
Looks like I can open it. Okay.
Is it a Happy Meal?
It's a Tamagotchi.
A Tamagotchi.
Right.
As if you didn't have enough to look after in lockdown. Now we've got a Tamagotchi as well. Fantastic.
I got a nice F-bomb.
That's really nice. That's really well made. Is that homemade?
It's really nice. Yeah. It's crocheted.
Fantastic.
And of course, it's we've got the classic debate in here: is a Twix a chocolate bar or a biscuit?
I mean, it's a biscuit, but there's no debate. It's a biscuit. Don't you dare.
And then looks like we get a I got a pin.
Oh, a pin.
It's got MAGA on it.
It's got what on it?
MAGA.
Oh no.
Make Arena great again.
Make Arena great again. Oh my god. These memes are too spicy for me.
And got some nice Harry Poe's Futurelicious.
Oh, they're a good bunch, those are, I tell you what. Very generous from the TR David. Very generous. Oh no, I feel like this is.
I don't know if I could show this on stream. I don't know if I could show this on stream.
Is it for mature audiences only?
You might want to put adult only on.
Oh dear gosh. As long as it's not nudie, we'll be fine.
Well, it's a phallic object.
Oh, okay, so right. You'll have to describe it, I think.
It's oh, I've just binned. It's fine. I'm just able to wipe it off there.
That's
so
right.
it's a life tracker.
Ah, there we go. Good. It's a life tracker. Great.
It was a lovely phallic object. I think Dave was giving me a love letter there. And I believe that is the unless there's any hidden goodies in yet. Nope. I believe that's everything that's in the box.
Well, that's phenomenal. That's it.
So
Thank you so much, David.
Lot, yeah.
It's fine to show it. He says, "Oh, I'm just too chicken. I'm just too chicken to show anything even suggestive." Like one of my Pokemon has a double entendre nickname, and that makes me incredibly uncomfortable to be talking about live on stream. But yeah, how's it gone for you as well in the draft?
I think it's went pretty mediocre. I'll be honest. Like I started off going in green. My first pick was Territorial Allosaurus, so I was thinking, okay, I'm getting big stumpy stuff here. And then pack 2 came along, and I saw Eldest Reborn. I was like, okay, I like this card a lot, so I'm going to go Eldest Reborn. And then slowly I started getting green cards in pack 1, then pack 2 just started turning, I just got more and more black cards.
Right.
And by the end of it, I think I've gotten quite a lot of good like black value cards, but not many high quality creatures, unfortunately. So like the value cards being Fire Exchange Scriptures was passed to me, Rite of Benzenlock, which was my pack 2 pick 1. I had also got Chainer's Torment and Dark Bargain. So I have some ways to like mill my deck and then resurrect a few things. I've also got Soul Salvage in as well to bring back any important cards I accidentally mill. Because I also got Windgrace Acolyte, which has bit me in the bum a few times.
Better to be playing with it than against stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose like the 2 main creatures that I'm going to be playing with, like hoping to draw, will be the Territorial Allosaurus, of course, because it's big, fighty, and then the Lingering Phantom. Like if I'm able to mill that, play Historic spell, tap a black, it goes straight back in my hand.
Yeah, I think Lewis and Chris were mentioning that actually, that it's a bit underrated. So that's a good one to pick up.
I believe I came in at the back end of Dan Rose's interview, and you mentioned Slimefoot. I was really looking for Slimefoot, but I just didn't see it because I was picking up sapling cards.
Must have been on
So
the other side of the table.
I was
yeah.
trying to pick up the sapling deck, but it just didn't form in the end.
Yeah. Well, it's one to watch on the VOD if you want to have a look and see what exactly what Dan was picking. Maybe make fun of a few of his decisions, as it's one to do when you're live on the draft. But I think what we'll do is we'll cut back to the exit interview with the commentators. So thank you very much for joining us, Shipley.
Right.
And good luck in the draft tomorrow. The draft games tomorrow, I suppose.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, I will be in the commentary booth shortly.
We're still online. Have we been
Going.
banned from Twitch?
We're live. No, we're still on.
We've managed to get around that controversy. Pretty happy with that. And some spicy prizes for the contestants there. Again, another thing I'm quite jealous of missing out on.
Yeah.
Now, I heard from Dan there, he said that he was in Black Green but didn't get the Slimefoot. So Black Green seems to have been pretty highly picked. Really can't wait to see what else is getting played. Hopefully I'm going to see some nice Blue-Red Wizard stuff. What do you think about, what are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow, Lewis? Anything in particular, or?
Right, okay. So it all boils down to what everybody else is, right? Dan Rose, perfectly serviceable deck. Well, I say nothing too special. He's got some exciting things going on. It's whether he gets to do them. That's gonna matter on whether someone has got a solid Sapperlin deck, whether that Slimefoot was hate drafted away. If it was hate drafted away, all drafters rejoice. Mm-hmm. If it was in a good deck, then maybe we've got trouble there. And also, we didn't see any red come Dan's way and no real good wizards. So I reckon there's going to be a killer Blue-Red Wizards deck kicking around somewhere.
Yeah.
And if there is, that's got to be favourite.
I've heard through the grapevine that there is no Blue-Red Wizards deck, apparently, in the entire 10-person pod, which is interesting. I wonder if that's...
8.
There's 8 of it. Oh, in the 8, I apologise. So I wonder if that's because maybe there just wasn't any of the gold cards presenting. Maybe there wasn't any of the wizard payoff cards. I think we only saw 1 or 2 go past Dan, if any.
Yeah.
Seeded packs is random, truly random.
It's random, truly random. Indeed.
Well, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed commentating. I can't wait to see how the games go tomorrow. We are starting back up at 11 o'clock GMT. And yeah, is that going to be round 1 starting then, or just a bit of
That'll be about round
introduction
1.
chat?
We might have
some top bands for myself and Lewis and yourself. Yeah,
yeah, that's about right.
So 11 o'clock GMT tomorrow, and I hope to see everybody again then.
Yes, thanks for joining us, everyone.
Welcome back to the main part of the Colosseum Cup Winter Tournament. We are starting off with the draft decks and the draft rounds that we saw the draft for last night. So we're going to have 3 rounds of draft, followed by some rounds of historic and standard. How are you doing today, Lewis?
I'm good. I'm excited. Obviously, we saw the draft last night, and I have had the privilege of seeing some of the deck lists, and I'm excited to see how this will pan out.
Yeah, definitely. There's some spicy deck lists around for both the historic parts and the draft parts. So I'm quite excited to see what's going on. I think we should have ready to go up soon. Dan's deck list. So we saw him draft last night. I'll start with parents. Okay, so first of all, we're going to have Dan Rose against Rosie Hoser against Dissolve Girl. And then we're going to have Tiberius against Joe Loudon. Shippers against Javerick. And Gusty Garrett against Alfie Bennett. All some big names, basically around the northeast of England. And now you can see Luke's deck list. So we'll be going on Dan's in a second because we'll have Luke against Dan in the first round. And I mean, there's a couple of cards jump straight out at me here. I think the main one being History of Benalia. With some knight support there as well.
I looking through the deck list, I think that this deck list is the one that knows what it is the most.
Yeah.
It looks like it's got a really strong curve. It's got some knight synergy there. It's got some it's ticking off quite a few boxes.
Yeah. I mean, you're saying it knows what it is the most. I would say it just knows that it's good. It just got solid cards in there. You got the little bit of knight synergy in just in the History of Benalia. I don't think there's anything else really going on knight synergy wise, but that's totally fine because it's got some solid knights on its own. It's got like Inbows as clutches and Wrath Caption, which can just make games go absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the only thing I would have to say against it is the fact that it's not one of the traditional colour pairings you're probably after. But looking at all the other decks, I don't think anybody is really in one of the more classic archetypes for this format.
Yeah, true. I think I'd be happy going into any Dominaria draft with a deck like this. History of Benalia, I think it was amazing in standard in those aggro decks, those white aggro decks. It was still very solid in limited. I think especially if you get down turn 3, but even later on, it does do enough work. Getting a couple of knights out there and giving all your knights a bit of a buff. And there's a lot of incidental knights in the format as well. So, yeah, definitely happy with that. I think we're now going on to look at Dan Rose's deck. So being drafted last night, and it is an lovely Abzan pile. I think is the most descriptive way to describe this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this deck list, you can see that with it being 3 colours and there's a lot of double costed cards and stuff. I think what this is going to come down to as well is if he gets the time to cast his big haymaker spells, and B, does these Skitter and Surveyors are kind of like the core of his deck to help it work. If he gets those two things off, then he's looking good. If not, he's in danger of getting run over.
Yeah, without a doubt. The Skitter and Surveyors solid because it is definitely a 3-colour deck here. I mean, it's got a lot of white, but the green and the black's pretty evenly split. And he does need the stuff at the top end as well. He does need to put Sarah's wings on a Yargle, or just get a
Am I
big.
supposed to be in this one? I'll leave then. Sorry.
We just had a little visitor there. That's fine. But yeah, so we do have spicy top end here, and I think he might be a little bit worried about if anybody comes out with any kind of aggro. It's like a turn 3 History of Benalia.
Yeah, I think as well, key is going to be the Pegasus courses. Dan Rose has got no kind of interaction with the flyers.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Pegasus course is on board, the game state changes massively because Luke has got a stack of 3/1s, which the Skitter and Surveyors will take on all day unless they fly. So it's gonna be interesting in that regard. Also, Dan's got a lot of good 4-drop stuff. So will he get to those to put the brakes on? It could be a classic play draw being such an advantage as well. So it's not as clear cut as maybe the deck list might show because of those kind of interactions.
Yeah. I think it's going to be an interesting match, and I believe we are going to head across to Dan in just a moment. Right then, so watching Dan's first round here, he's millioned out of 5, which isn't where anybody really wants to start a big important tournament like this.
No, a nightmare. Not a lot of action early as well, which is what we were saying would be a problem. He can only cast one of his cards in his hand.
Yeah, it's probably worth that the deck lists are open to all players in the tournament, so he does know what he's playing against here, and he's probably is going to be worrying about that kind of solid early start here. And there you got the Pegasus Courser out, putting some threats in the sky already. Will help to stem that flow, but it's going to be quite tough.
It's Bed's kind of the perfect card against this kind of strategy. It buys you the time. It's tough. It's just good. Then your opponent is having to spend all that mana.
Yeah.
So they have to decide whether they're going to develop the board or attack. In this case, he can do both, but maybe he could have double spelled this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Solid, really.
Another good thing, Bed does actually have the vigilance there, so it can crack back. It's got a nice big button on it. So, all isn't definitely lost here, but I'm still not really cross my fingers for Dan in this game. But, if he start with 7 lands, he might have been all right. I didn't see what the first 2 hands were.
We got in just late there. But, this game is probably as close as does he draw on Sarah's Wings and put it in the Aggle.
Yeah.
If you just that, you just win. It's crazy. So, he's only going to be taking around about 4 or 5 a turn. Chain's Torment's going to help in that as well. But will it kill him on the 3rd chapter? Who knows? Yeah.
And I'm just having a quick look at the opposite deck list. I think the only real removal here will be a Gideon's Reproach. So if he does get the Sarah's Wings on the Yargle, there's Inbulls of Clutches as well.
That could be majorly swingy if that happened. Interested to see what he plays here. Will he go straight to the Torment?
I think I'd probably just go for the Torment.
He's kept 4 mana up, so that's probably he's going to cast Wrath Capuchin at the end of turn.
Yeah, definitely seems likely.
Only reason he attacks with just 1 creature there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good old 4 mana, 3/3 flash.
Yeah.
But it gives things like Inbulls of Clutches flash and things like that as well. It just seems pretty
super good.
Yeah.
I'd certainly be just swinging in with Bed here if he wants to. Actually,
but he might be worried about the Wrath as well.
Yeah. If he's picked up on Wrath, he's just got to hold back. He can't possibly trade Yargle off for the 3/1.
No, not at all. Can't possibly. Don't do it. It's definitely in the tank there, thinking what he should do, but I certainly think that the answer is just not attack here because of the impending Wrath.
Yeah, he's seen it. There we go.
And there it is, yeah. Okay, so opponent's board is looking quite scary at this point. What was 3, 6, 7 in the air coming at him?
Yeah.
And then if he casts a historic spell, I think the Relic Robber gets unblockable as well. Is that right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it could be large damage. 9. 2 turns and he's dead. But another thing I was going to say is open deck list makes tricks like that Wrath come in so much less effective.
Yeah, because
people know about it. Often, as you'll know yourself, if you're just in a normal draft queue, sometimes you get caught out by those because you're like, "Did they really have it?" No, well, I'm not sure. So
especially when the rare and mythic kind of tricks.
Yes, exactly.
I think for me, board wipes is the key one. Sometimes you only have a mythic board wipe in the format.
Yeah.
It's always going to get you.
Yeah, a lot of the time. Yeah. This is only getting worse for Dan. I think that's all she wrote.
Pretty much, yeah. I can't really see. Wait, 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah. Not this turn, but pretty soon.
Yeah.
I can't even think of anything in the deck. Having a quick look at the deck list, I can't think of anything which would pull them back here.
No, exactly. I mean, it's literally on Terra's wings, I think.
Yeah. I suppose the lifelink and the first strike and things will give them enough to get through, but even then, I think it's a little bit dubious.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what his opponent's thinking of. Maybe that's what Luke's thinking of. Yeah, he knows about the on Sarah's wings, and he is worried that it's going to go on the Argle.
You'll certainly looked at it. It's whether he has anything to do about that. I mean, okay, no, there we go. That's it. The Argle goes to war anyway. I like it.
Yeah. Well, you got to send a message.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully round 2 should be a little bit nicer for him here. We should be able to kind of get on a bit more.
I don't think that was the worst off a Multi 5, to be honest.
No, that's it. That's it. It's if you're going to get a Multi 5 and do that well, it shows that you've got legs, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he'd make any changes here? Looks like he's putting a couple in. Worried about those flyers, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a decent thing about in. Interesting to see what else he does. Two pairs in. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. You did mention yesterday about against Wizards specifically, but I think it's still relevant here.
I don't see much of a problem with it. Other than, of course, it's you're bringing in early black cards with black not really being your main color, so that might bite him.
Could do.
I mean, Arbor Armament is a solid choice.
Yeah, that won me a pre-release once. I think I was fighting against something with Ontera's wings on it, and snapped off the Arbor Armament and just surprise block and killed the creature. And obviously that was a big swing in my favor against a deck which was definitely stronger than mine. Obviously, just I think it's again one of those cards which is rarely played, so you're not necessarily expecting, especially with the open deck lists, to come out of the sideboard.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good surprise, but he needs one land here, and then he's okay.
I think he can't throw that back. Yeah.
No, it's tough though, isn't it? Because yeah, and exactly what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Black 2 drops, low and black mana. It's definitely starting to bite him. That is quite unlucky. That is quite unlucky to not get the land.
Yeah, the Surveyor just drags you into that, to keeping a hand like that, and it's like...
Yeah. I think on the draw, I would be more than happy to keep that, but being on the play...
yikes.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get an F in chat for Dan here. I mean, we'll have to see what his opponent does to develop the board here. Nothing's played, but that's just kind of suggesting a RAF.
Oof.
Yeah, okay. I think we're just done.
Yeah, we are done. Yeah.
So lovely, exciting first game here. It was a lot of back and forth, and I'm sure that none of you have seen a Magic game quite like this before, where it could have went either way right the way through. I promise you, the rest of the games will be a little bit more interesting. Hopefully, we hope. But this is just what happens in Magic sometimes, and because this is going quite quick, we might be able to tune into a second game, a second round 1 game, so we can actually maybe see some actual Magic getting played.
Yeah, and I mean it's one of those sometimes you just don't get a good game.
Yeah,
it's part of Magic.
Yeah,
it could be. I'm sure Dan's quite frustrated there. If he gets that third land, it's a completely different story.
Oh yeah.
Probably at the races then, but as it was.
Yeah, I mean that hand looked great. If you could have got that third land, you could have been doing some spicy stuff. But it's the way that the cards come out, and it's why we don't play Hutson. We play this instead. So we'll be back in a moment with the second game. See you soon. Okay, so this definitely looks like a more interesting game. We've just seen a Groon come down with all those other things outside the field. We've seen a little bit of Mana Screw on this side of the field as well, but we do have an Icy Manipulator, which should help sort some stuff out for the crackback here. It's currently looking like it is the first game, so we've still got a lot of magic to watch in this round. What do you think about this, Lewis?
I'm just trying to work out this board state. Well, 21 life. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. I think he just has to take 10. Right,
Yeah.
so it's I mean, a tattoo of is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious that most games favour whoever has that card out. Oh wow, just more haymakers.
And more
yeah,
5 mana spells. Yeah.
Yeah, missing that 5th land, I think that's just game.
Yeah.
Can they survive? Yes, with the manipulator and some. Yeah, okay. It's not looking good.
Yeah. So we've got down the bottom here. We've got Alfie up top. I think I saw the Tatyova deck. Let me just get the list up. But I did spot that Tatyova in when I was putting the deck pictures together earlier on. And you know, the deck looks really solid. You know, it looks like one of the ones which it does know what it's doing, as you put it earlier.
Mm-hmm. Interesting that I didn't see a Grow from Ashes, and that's the only card you would be missing from a deck like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, solid stuff.
Yeah, it's a really tough position to be in here, I think, for either player, really. Well, for Gareth here.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, but I think you know this game one has lasted longer than both games lasted on the other match, so
yeah,
still seeing some good magic. Just trying to find the deck list for Gareth here. That was one of the later ones we got, and I'll give you a quick overview of the deck. True. So you can see they're kind of red-white aggro-ish. Well, actually quite aggro here. A couple of the Dominaria trappers in there, hopefully to keep things tapped down. I think that showed itself when we saw the board state there with Gareth being at 21 life and the opponent being at 7 or 9 life when we first tuned in, going down to quite low life totals, and obviously got the early aggro in there, but kind of the opponent managed to stabilize, and that's the typical kind of interaction you kind of see between two decks like this, I think.
It's interesting that there's so few 2-drops. I think that's maybe something I would change. But yeah, there's a lot of solid cards in this list. There's nothing I wouldn't really like in my deck.
Yeah.
Trying for Gerard, there's the card we were talking about yesterday. How people think, oh, that's great, and some people think no. But you know, it does support an aggressive strategy. I'm just not sure that it is as good here as maybe it could be. But having said that, he's playing against a Tattoo Over deck. You have to do things because the long game always goes to Tattoo Over.
I mean, the only I suppose there's a blink of an eye. There's a deep help to fight against the Triumph Gerard, but there's not a huge amount else which is really going to deal with a big creature getting bigger.
Yeah, I do like that he's got Icy Manipulator.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably one of the best cards in.
Yeah, the good old Spicy Manipulator.
Yeah.
Tough first hand. Yeah. I think we just bring the bad luck, don't we?
I guess so.
You throw a mountain back here, I think, almost definitely, and then just kind of play it out. Hope to draw into some early aggro.
Oh, okay. It's very, very, very aggressive mulligan. Could work out.
Yeah, this looks like an actual better hand than he had. Yeah, I think I agree with what he's putting back there.
Okay.
But yeah,
Still does need to draw.
3-drop central.
Yep. Tattoo over already. Third land though.
Yeah. So, get down the glider probably first, and then of course just get that extra point of damage in. Yeah, exactly.
If he draws like Keldon Raider now, that's exactly the card he wants to draw.
Yeah. Someone put that back in his second hand, but could definitely draw it again here. With Lightning is also a solid option.
Yeah. That was the Lightning is going to deal with Tattoo over straight away, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. And obviously knowing that the Tattoo over's in the hand there. All right. Okay. Now, would you fire off the lightning on the? Yeah, I mean he is. Yeah, would you do that, or would you save it for the Tattoo over?
I'd be compelled to save it. I'd just be swinging from the fences and trying to get it done. Yeah, I know he's going to be taking 4 or 5 damage a turn, but
well, I think the thing is, if he didn't play the lightning, he was going to be playing the Pegasus Corsair.
Yeah,
and then he would have to block with the Pegasus Corsair.
Oh yeah, as in you would, yeah, but would you even play the Corsair is the question.
Well, yeah, because I suppose you could potentially play the lightning in the opponent's turn, but that's he didn't even play the Tattoo over last turn, did he? Obviously saving it to get another land. So
yeah, it's interesting it's interesting as well because that Knight of Grace would have just been a clean answer for free.
Yeah,
I think we just still swing for the fences.
Just keep swinging.
Double flying.
He's got some gas here. He's got a lot of stuff going on in the air. He's only getting one life a turn on the other side of the field. So
yeah,
all is definitely not lost.
10, 3, 6. Still dead in 2.
Yep.
That's going to help a lot.
Yep. Because he does have a wizard as well, yeah. Swings through. So this turn.
Okay, that plains is not great. Did he sandbag the mountain last turn?
First off,
yeah. Okay, that's cost him.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. If he could really get back in it with a double spell, but
yeah,
I think right now, I think it's just a case of you just nug in with maybe just a glider.
Yeah, I mean, are there any other ways he can get some extra damage in next turn?
3 plus 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you have to attack with 2. You have to attack with 2. You have to get 3 in and then 7 in.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get you expect that he's going to gain 1 this turn.
Yeah, I think once you get to this point in the game, it's going to gain 1 every turn, aren't you? Drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
I can't really spot any other ways to get some extra damage in next turn either. The only thing that comes close is a Gitsu Journey Mage, but you need another wizard for that. So.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely going to be kicking himself for not playing that extra land last turn.
Yeah. Just the next turn you swing for so much more damage, and you're killing another attacker for free. It's just like it's very possible that he just doesn't get another turn. Yeah,
definitely. Anything can happen here. Again, I don't think there's any huge things which would swing anything into Alfie's favor here. There's no. I can't actually spot a way that he just wins outright. But yeah, that's just going to stop him from being able to win next turn. I think it's over. And what's done is done. So here we're all done. I think we're going to look at a deck tech in just a moment to see what some of the people have built and see some of the draft decks that we have within the format. Okay, and here we are with one of the other decks that we haven't quite seen yet. We did hear a little bit about it yesterday when he did the reveal of the prizes that the competitors are getting this weekend. It is a nice green-black, slime-footless deck.
Yeah. You see green-black and you instantly look for a slime foot. But having said that, there's a few things in this green-black list that are not standard for this kind of archetype. I'm looking at 3 rat colonies and I'm thinking, that's new.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than 1 rat colony. Surely.
It's true. It surely is. I'm confident that the correct number is 0, but this might actually work. Having said that, I'm seeing 3 very strong sagas.
Yeah, 3 sagas. He's also got a soul salvage there, so if the rat colonies do end up in the graveyard, he can get them back and they can start doing the thing again, or any other creature that he gets, which needs to be able to do that.
Yeah. With a combination with Windgrowth Acolyte being able to fuel those soul salvages.
Yeah. But Rise of Bells and Lock, is it Phyrexian Scriptures, which is effectively a board wipe, but almost a one-sided board wipe. And then the Elders Reborn it was a powerhouse in Standard when it was in. It's a pet card of a lot of people. And, people seem to forget that it was just a staple part of the draft format, I think.
Mm-hmm. So it's got removal, it's got some win conditions, it's got, even if Rat Colony is just trading off with things early or whatever, it's not the worst. It's got a curve. I don't hate it at all.
No, it definitely does a thing. It is definitely crying out for a slime foot, I think. But
yeah, I would have liked to have seen obviously more saplings. That's the only thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So not the worst. I like Dark Bargain. I like. Territorial Allosaurus.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of strong decks here, a lot of strong bits and pieces going on. Now we're going to cut to James's deck, so James Tiberius. They are known for their spicy builds, and a little bit later we'll see their spicy build in Historic. But for now, you can see on your screens is beat down aggro kill stuff deck. Shall I call it?
Yeah, that kind of works. 2 Champion of the Flame is always going to be an aggressive deck. Red black again, not one of the more seen archetypes, but it's just kind of it's probably just gone red black. I'll take the best red black card.
Yeah. If that's a lane it's open to you, that's a lane it's open to you.
Absolutely.
And, we knew somebody was taking out the red stuff when we were looking at the draft, so this is where it went.
Yeah. It looks pretty good. It feels like that Ouroboros and Kazarov are like a bolt-on to a red and Jaya to an extent.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, a bolt-on to an aggro deck. So the only obviously strong cards, I'd be happy to have them on my deck, but the only thing you consider when you make decks like this is you don't want to draw the wrong cards. You don't want to be almost there and have these cards stranded in your hand.
Yeah.
And this is why sometimes I just cut them out for a lower, more consistent curve. Having said that, these are cards that have big impact and can make a big difference. So, provided he can cast them, it's going to make the games easier.
Yeah. Jaya Ballard, it doesn't do a huge amount. I just had to have a look and couldn't really spot its role in the deck, but it is spicy into Mythic, so maybe that's why they are wanting to play it. We are about to cut to the standings because I believe round 1 is all over and done with, and it sounds like a lot of the games have went quite quick, but we should be able to see on your page now. We have up top, we've got Tiberius there with that red-black deck we've just seen, with Solve Girl, Alfie, and Javrik, and then in the losers brackets you've got Shippers, Joe Loudon, Dan Rose, and Gareth, with Dan Rose and Gareth being the two that we saw playing in the matches. Still definitely all to play for, obviously. We've only got one round down out of 6, I think there is today. So there's a lot of things that can change as we go through the rounds. Going to have a quick look at round 2 pairings as well to see what we're going to be looking at in just a few minutes' time. And again, very soon. And here we go. So, top of the table, we have Dissolve Girl against Tiberius, then Shippers against Gareth, Joe Loudon against Rosie Hoser, and Javrik versus Alfie in the 4th bracket there. We will be back with a few minutes for the first games of these rounds, and we'll be telling you what we think of the players as they go. And here we are, round 2. We are going to be watching Joe versus Dan Rose. So we've seen Rosie Hoser again. I believe on the opposite side of the table, we've been watching Joe Loudon, that well-known podcast presenter for the Aros Devastation podcast. But here, we just know him as the Blue-White Mage. Playing a very spicy-looking blue-white deck. He's got Cold Water Snapper, I think just the one. He's got Helm of the Host. Actually, I didn't spot that when I was first looking through the deck lists. And yeah, just a lot of solid but really nice cards for the format. And on your streams now, you should be able to see. Yeah, so we have these first hand here, looking like a fine starting hand.
Yeah, he's taking a mulligan. He threw back a hand with no castables and 3 lands.
Okay.
So I feel like he's going to keep this, maybe send back the Snapper.
Yeah. I mean, Danitha, you got Deep Freeze, you got Intelligent Excavator. Do you think he'll be good for the mill plan here?
I mean, you do. He's got no self-mill stuff, so yeah, probably. It's not a bad card. I don't think. I quite like it. Just incidental chance to win the game by another mean.
Yeah, especially with Dominaria having quite a lot of grindy matchups. I think it is probably one that flies under the radar a little bit.
Yeah,
it's no ruin crap, but I think that would be a bit too much for it's too much for any format, really. That's
yeah.
Still having a good think about it though.
Yeah, it's got his Bob Ross lands.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The lovely island or whatever it is.
Yeah, very nice.
Oh, Dan Rose getting a little bit impatient there. Giving him the old Yogo.
Yogo. Well.
That would just make me take even longer, I think.
Yeah, there we go. Like we said.
Yeah. Of course, he's drawn into land straight away.
Yes.
Ooh, Katsuko.
Yeah, nice. Going for the extra point of 2 cards a mill. So.
Yeah, exactly. So Dan Rose, 3 planes, but he does have that Skitter and Surveyor. That's exactly what he wanted to do in Game 2 last round.
Yep.
I tell you what, we're Joy's familiar there, so the mill plan is real here.
Yeah, it's curving out nicely as well.
Talk about curving out nicely. But a 2-2 first right lifelink vigilance is just what he needs to keep the blocks up on the side of the field. I think it's a Joy's familiar here for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So he's got 2 mill triggers off so far. He's got another one in hand, plus whatever else can come through. Yeah, I think I would be feeling quite happy in Joe's position right now.
Yeah, it's good.
Grab a leg. I was told to. I've got to do it. Everybody grab a leg.
What's that emote from?
I've got no idea. It's one of the new ones that's been added in, and some of them make at least some sense. Other ones a little bit less so. Oof.
Knowledge follow. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, the deep freeze and the Yargle. I think I might have tried it again with the Diligent Excavator there because I think it's unblocked.
Yeah, it is unblockable. Probably holding it back for just one of the 2-2s being super safe.
Yeah,
I would have maybe not played Tetsuko this turn and kept up Retort.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. This is a good combo. He's got the
great
got the approach and the retort in hand, and that is exactly what you want that retort for, isn't it?
Yeah. You can't let Harvard live. Bring Jaggle back in the game and everything. The emotes are quick fire.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, these guys do know each other very well. And it's definitely all in jest, but it is still funny to see from the commentary booth here. Just presenting all the lands there, not holding anything up, not holding any surprises. It's a little bit of a stalemate right now.
Yeah, but I think Joe's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, he's going to win a long game here, quite easy, just by being able to outdeck his opponent. Okay, that's
Gasses up nicely.
Yeah, and he's
armored as well.
Yeah. So
this is nice.
Yeah. So he's getting on both fronts. He's got the beatdown going here with a nice 3/3 flying vigilance, first strike, lifelink. All the things there. Make your own on Sarah's wings, I suppose.
Yeah.
But then the Hominid Explorer just kind of does a bit of mill plan as well. It's going to keep things going. Trying for Gerard. He's got no good blocks here.
No, I don't think he's worried about that too much. What with the Danitha?
No. Yeah, Mills 4, and then Mills on 2 with a tall cell. Yeah.
And then gets to equip as well.
It does, because it only costs 0. Getting the life up there, yeah.
That's good. I'd like to see an attack with the 2/2 as well, but
I mean, this is the type of game that we wanted to see.
Yeah.
This is what we're waiting to see. Because it still definitely could go either way here. There's still plenty of things that should swing it in Dan's favour. But the longer he waits, the less likely he's got to come back. Not just because of the beatdown, because of his rapidly diminishing library, I think, as well.
Let's see. 20. The lifelink's going there. Oh, no, he just blocked with a first strike.
No, because the tap was also a first strike.
Oh, got you. Right.
So that won't have first strike forever, but his will. Okay, so the life.
Okay. I actually wanted the trade, which you would.
Yeah.
Okay, this is looking great for Joe.
I wonder if Joe's realizing that he's got his Tetsuko there, so he's now got with
I think-
one power things.
It seems like he's just happy to chip in each turn and just
Yeah.
grind the game out.
Yeah, but what it does do is it allows you to kind of do a big swing to get the final points damage through, I think.
Yeah.
So when he's kind of at 5-6 life, he can just kind of swing at everything.
Yeah.
That's going to go unblocked.
I would have liked to have seen a little bit more aggressive with Joris Familiar and stuff earlier, but I think he's taken this line now, and because he could still have him dead in 2.
Yeah. And he's got plenty of life, and that total has grown.
Yeah, Chainer's Edict's going to drop him down to 4 next turn at least.
Mhm. Oh, there he goes. Getting in with the unblockables as well.
Okay.
Ouch. Yeah.
Drops him to 2.
I think. Okay. I mean, that gets him a little bit of life. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder how long that's been in the hand. He still can't really tell with the first strike lifelink, which is his
it's such a pain. Yeah,
big issue here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no mana up, so there's not even any potential tricks. Gideon's approach just feels solid as well here.
Yeah.
He's just going to start swinging with the team here. He's got life. He can take a full attack here. Even if it was swing big.
Yeah, I like 6 twice.
Yeah, six twice, and then obviously 6, and then the potential 9 if need be as well. It feels more correct. Okay, so yeah, like I don't think it's going to do enough, but
There he is, Grunt.
yeah, makes it 2. He's Sarah's cycle 2. That one must have been side game. Oh no, it's still game 1. I thought he didn't have the Sarah's cycles in the deck, but he might have had some in there. Oh, and there you go. Nice little Sarah's Angel to end on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's actually, he doesn't.
He can
have the win
live
yet.
if he wants. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to block the Danitha with the Sarah's Cycle. I think I would have swung with more there.
Yeah, you can elect not to block in that situation. So
Yeah. I think I would have just maybe that with the Joyous Familiar or something like that.
yeah.
So he's dead to kind of 4 in the air next turn, but it doesn't really make a huge difference here with what's going on. Yeah, it just takes a 10. Why not? Yeah, just playing it safe, swing with sensible things there, and that's it. So
Yep.
Definitely the best game of Magic we've seen so far today. Hopefully we'll see a nice game 2 as well.
Yeah.
Do you think that Joe's kind of favoured in this matchup, or do you think it's pretty much 50-50?
Okay, so looking at it, I do think that Joe is favoured. We saw how much Dan struggled with flyers in the first game,
Mhm.
and I think this is going to be no different. Adding on to that, Joe's coming from a different axis in the sense that he's got the long game mill win as well.
Yeah.
Having said that, could bite him, because if he milled, let's just say that the exact same thing happens and he gets milled. There is a chance that Dan just Primeval Glorious Rebirth and really get some solid value. Having said that, Helm of the Host here as well. I'm not throwing this hand back.
No, not at all. I mean, you got the op there as well, just for your
Yeah.
early play, just to get yourself a white land or something. But Helm of the Host, it does some quite silly things, and he's thrown it back. Wow,
Very, very disciplined, I will say. I've got no problem with it. It's just incredibly disciplined.
you think?
Yeah, I think it is. I think he's obviously just decided. I mean, throwing Sarah Angel back there as well. It's.
I mean, it's 5 mana spell. He's got 2 4-mana spells. He's got time to draw. That Jin's not getting cast anytime soon, though.
No.
That's maybe a little bit of a controversial include, but actually, it's fine on turn 5 or 6. I think that's the thing with the Jin. Dan's got all 3 colours straight away there. Doesn't seem to have any of the land issues we've seen from him in the past.
Oh, Gwende.
Yeah. Is it things with first strike have double strike instead?
Yeah.
I mean, that does kill the Gwende if he attacks. Mill the Primeval's Glorious.
Oh, brutal.
Ouch.
Oh.
Ouch. Wow,
Right.
okay. I mean, he needs a legendary creature out to get the...
The Ruinous Blast will not get rid of Arvad and Gwende, though. So.
Of course, because it's non-legendary. I might take that out first, Joe, then, because I don't think it hits enough on the opposing side.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to get off the way you want it to.
Yeah. I lost PPTQ to that card. Game 3, opponent got the Urza's Ruinous Blast out. And it's like we were saying earlier, when there's only so many...
Oh, this isn't going to go well at all.
No, I think that was definitely an oops. But when you have some rarely seen board wipes or tricks in a format, you don't necessarily play around them as you should, you would if it was just like a normal rare board wipe, a Shattler's Sky or something like that, which you see relatively often compared to Urza's Ruinous Blast, which you only see in specific decks, and it's probably played less than it is. It's probably played less than it isn't played. But yeah, definitely seeing the power of Dan's deck here. I do think that Joe would have been better off with that first hand. Obviously, hindsight's 2020.
Yeah, I think that this is just Dan's nut straw, though. So
yeah,
I still favour Dan there, but that's exactly what Dan needs to do.
yeah. And Joe had some mana issues there. Didn't draw his second island, but yeah, I think I would have probably still opted to keep that first hand. Did I make any changes at game 3? I took the Urza's Ruinous Blast out. Probably kind of realizing that it didn't really work with what he was doing, and he's just probably thinking what actually goes in to replace it. Is it playable? That you can see what he's thinking. Healing Grace isn't,
I don't mind. I don't actually mind something like the Invoke. To be fair,
he just went and put the Urza's Ruinous Blast back in.
Okay,
I don't totally blame him for that. He didn't really have many better options, but I think it is a little bit of a dead card in this matchup, especially. Which is a shame because Joe's got a deck which can play it.
Yeah.
Another.
No white.
Yeah, this is fine. Throw an island back.
Yeah, it's quite aggressive with the 2/2 flyer.
Yeah.
You get to set up a draw.
Yeah, so he's getting the scry when he plays the short sword next turn.
Yeah. And
he does get the nice 3/3 blocker, or even attacker with some mill. Throws the op back. Yeah, I suppose. Playing the island there because if he does draw the Tempest Genie, he'll be able to play that straight out next turn.
Yeah, like that.
Instead, he got an elephant.
This 2/2 flyer is exactly what Dan does not want to see.
Yeah. And, just developing the board there, getting some early beats in. Joe's obviously only got 2 cards left in hand, whereas Dan's got now 6, 5. But, I mean, even Baird's not really doing a huge amount here. You can attack, pay 1 for the 2/2 flyer, and then leave up the approach next turn. And just make it look like he's kind of not drawn anything worth playing. Yeah, Arena kind of shows that he's got something when he's attacking there. But
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see an attack with bed here, regardless. Oh, we didn't see it. Probably quite good. Agree. Play the Sarah Angel.
Yeah, taking the turn off. That is one reason why last turn I would have liked to have attacked with the Homerid.
Yeah.
And just seen if he blocked to reproach. If not, it's free damage.
Yeah.
It felt like a free attack.
Joust and Lance feels quite nice here.
Yeah. You can't play it. You can't equip it if you want
can't
to attack.
Maybe he's not too worried about that. I think I might have equipped to the Artifice Assistant.
Yeah, you want to spread the damage out.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a block in the air. Sarah Angel's being a 4/4 is good enough already.
Okay, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, he can't play the tapper and play the reproach.
Yeah,
and attack, obviously.
Just getting in with this Sarah. Yep.
Yeah, leave it there, I think.
Okay.
That bed really does change the dynamic of the game a lot, especially in this kind. Ooh, okay.
Okay. What we got?
We've got a Yargle and a couple of lands, I think.
Oh, he's come to Bagel.
It's double strike, isn't it?
Yeah.
Block the Holland, and then maybe just Gideon's Reproach.
Yeah, I don't mind just not blocking at all. But... Ooh.
This is interesting.
It's interesting because if you played the tapper last turn, then it's game.
Yeah. I think this is good though because you can play if you get you can play the Helm of the Host to tap down whatever's.
Yeah. I think the game is over unless something crazy happens.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, an 11/5 Yargle's doing quite a lot here. But I think we've got enough blocks to see it out.
Taking 4, 5, 11.
Yeah, taking 11 here. And then still keeping the tapper, still keeping the Sarah Angel.
Very conservative blocks. Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, that's it then.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. And that's it, isn't it? That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
That was a good game, though. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
I
nice.
Joe always had command presence there, but always felt he was within, spitting distance of just losing it.
Yeah, the flying damage is so hard for Dan to deal with what little removal and no clock of his own, really.
And those equipments just, the Joust Lance is usually really strong, but that short sword, it's just a nice little equipment and just fills the role that equipment should, really.
Yeah, it's nice.
So I've got no idea what stage the other games are at. I've got a feel that one went to Reay, it was pretty much done. I've just heard that they are all finished. So pretty soon, I'm guessing we'll have the standards as they now stand, and then we'll be looking at the pairings for final round of draft, round 3. Lewis, what's happened? You've gained a hat, I see.
That's true, yes. It's Sam, hi, it's Crash. You'll be seeing me on screen shortly, but just right now we can see the standings for after round 2, and you can see at the top there, we've got James and Alfie battling it out for first place.
Yeah, they're, we've seen both their decks, and just their decks must be doing what their decks are designed to do. Just under that, we've got Jared Javrik and one of our Luke's, Dissolve Girl, battling out in the 3rd to 4th place matchup. And we've got Joe and Shippers down to Shipley, and then Gareth and Dan at the bottom. I'm not sure how that pairs up with how they've been paired already, but yeah, we've got a spicy first place.
Yeah, it looks like we gave them the curse, isn't it, Chris? We started watching them, and then it turns out, oh no, they are at the bottom of the table. Terribly sorry to Gareth and Dan, but it's been some good magic so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's been I've enjoyed watching what's been going on.
Absolutely.
Now I think we have the round 3 parents available now. Do you have them ready to go?
Not quite ready to go just yet, but do you want to just have a quick comment on the matches so far, and then I'll get them up ready for you.
Yeah. I mean, the matches so far. Round 1 we saw a lot of kind of one-sided matches, but round 2 that was a really, really tight match between Dan and Joe. The decks were battling it out. I think there was always a clear winner in every game, but it always felt that the opponent could swing it back in their favour. Very
much. It was interesting to see that there was fighting on sort of 2 fronts with the mill and the aggro sort of going at the same time. Aggro won out in the end, as I'm sure you can tell. I was quite pleased with that. I much prefer an aggro win than a mill win. But if you just check on the screen right now, we have got the pairings up. We've got Jared versus Luke, we've got Alfie versus James, we've got Joe versus Shipley, and we've got Dan Rose versus Gareth. And I think we're going to be joining Jared for his matches very shortly.
Excellent.
Any predictions for the match coming up?
I don't know. Jared's deck is looking particularly spicy. It is got Daragraz in, so the Jund monster. It's got just some ridiculous cards that we'll have to see, and we've actually eventually found where that Slimefoot ended up, because he's got the Slimefoot thrown in there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I don't know how his matches have gone, particularly so far. I think it's 1-1, but he's got a 4-color pile here, with a single plains for a Shalai. So I'd like to see this deck do some things. I'd like to see this pile scare the opponents.
Very much looking forward to it. I'm just going to move us over to Jared. I think he's just about ready to go, playing with his spicy 4-color. Oh, I'm liking the look of that with the dragon. It's very ominous.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is what we did down our for. Just these wacky decks, which are still good.
Oh,
it's not just like it's a pile. It's not a bad pile. It's a really good deck.
Well, the fact that the format's perhaps a bit slower than some other draft formats just lends itself to all these big bombs. And as I say, big bombs. Here we go. Slimefoot Shalai.
Slimefoot into the Shalai with the mana to cast both.
And a 2-drop.
He's got his single planes there. Yeah, okay.
This is the ideal curve.
Cooking on gas now. Okay, the opponent's played a 3-1, but block that all day. As we did see Luke earlier on with his can't remember his second colour now. Was it red, white? I think.
Yeah, was he on this? I don't remember actually. That would be handy, wouldn't it?
No, I remember it was there was a lot of knights in there, I remember.
There was, yes.
Earlier.
Get that up while we're looking.
And such like.
But yeah, there's the big bad boy right now.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to get the red mana for it, but we can get there, and there's stuff to be done in the meantime.
Yeah, Luke missing blue, but it doesn't look like it's hindered him too much just yet. Although the higher up the curve we go, maybe it will.
Yeah.
Especially considering that Jared's going to have his choice of what to be pumping his mana into. Does he pump it into Shalai? Does he pump it into Slimefoot? It's just possibilities are endless.
Yeah. I think I'd be probably put the Slimefoot to start with, but. See how it goes. Another bed there.
Well, bed will be helpful if he plans to go wide.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So we've got a 5-drop there as well.
Perfect curve.
Yeah. Just plains and Shalai, and then the.
And then
into Colosseum. I knew it was on Colosseum. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, it's quite a nice combo card, that one, if you remember. I don't. There was a time in Historic when you just bounce all the Guardians of Koilos and the and your Khans and just cast them infinitely. But I don't think we do anything quite so silly in this format.
No, not quite. I mean, I suppose it's possible in this format. But,
yeah, we'd have to have two Guardians of Koilos and a Khan and all the rest of it, you know, to go and fetch something from the. Oh no, that's War of the Spark, isn't it? Khan, wrong Khan.
Oh, was it the wrong card? Okay,
my bad.
Right. Yeah.
But it's looking like it's going quite well for Jared, though, even though he can't quite attack.
Yeah, opponents in the tank there. Dub.
That's going to make things interesting.
Yeah, a little bit.
Having 4/6 Vigilant first strike on the attack, and no real good blockers. That's going to make me want to make some Slimefoot blockers ASAP.
Yeah, or getting a settled score or something like that, just to.
Oh yeah. Wild Onslaught, likewise, a good thing to be pumping into. I'd perhaps consider flying in with Shalai here, just attacking for one, and then you've got Wild Onslaught on the instant speed, I think. If that's the one that makes 3 saplings, or is that the one that puts a counter on everything?
No, it's a counter on everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's 4 mana with the kicker of 4, put a plus on counter each creature you control, sorcery speed. And if he's kicked, it puts 2 plus and counters.
Yeah, he's just.
I suppose, that's fine. I think that's solid.
Yeah, buffers the life total with Slimefoot's ability as well. Means that you get a bit of chip damage into Luke.
Yeah.
Just against an aggressive deck like this, it's exactly what you want. But I think as soon as Luke starts getting blue mana, things are going to start to get a bit sticky. And there it is.
There it is, yeah. And okay, Cloudiness Sphinx. He can block that quite happily.
Yep, for now, certainly. I think that once Shalai starts activating, that's going to be curtains for the Cloud Reader Sphinx, I think. But I suppose Luke probably has some access to removal in his deck, so if you can find any.
Yeah, I was just looking at what we had in Jared's deck there, and he's got a few bits. He's got the Destroy. He's also got Black Horse Settle Score. He's also got a Settle Score, which can do what he wants it to do as well. So definitely options on either side of the field, but obviously he's crying out for a mountain. I suppose any land he's quite happy with, but just crying out for.
Absolutely.
Oh, Wild Onslaught must be instant speed. I must have missed that.
I think it is, but again, just activating the Shalai, you might as well just do that and keep ticking.
Yeah.
And this is nice, playing a little bear and then getting to activate Slimefoot for a blocker if need be, or even just as you wish. But I'm just having a look at Luke's deck. He's only really got 2 pieces of removal, and that's like Time of Ice, in Bolus's Clutches, and I guess Gideon's Reproach. Time of Ice not being necessarily permanent removal, it will just slow down the Shalai and allow maybe in Bolus's Clutches to grab what he really wants if he doesn't want Shalai.
Yeah. I think that's a weakness I've seen generally of a lot of decks, but I think that's the removals all ended up in certain decks, potentially, and the blue cards have been fought over quite a lot doing the white cards, I think.
Now he's got a choice here. Has Jared? Does he make a 1/1 to block the bed, and does he block with a Shalai? I think that's what he's going to do. I think he's going to block one, but I don't think he'll block the other. I think he'll just take.
No, I think he's fine because he's effectively only taking 2, isn't he?
Yeah, he's probably worried about Gideon's Reproach on a Shalai because that is the only creature on the board that does not have hexproof. And drawing lots of black mana here isn't necessarily what Jared had in mind, but I don't think he'll mind too much. He's got a lot of things to do with his mana.
Yeah, Mountain would have been best there, but getting a just any land I think was correct, just because then he can just do more stuff with the mana. I think he's now got 2 activations on the Slimefoot if he wants it.
Yep.
Or an activation on the Slimefoot and an activation on Shalai.
I think he's only got 1. I think he's got 7 mana, so maybe not.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I can't quite see. Yeah.
I think they're 4 each, aren't they?
Yes, I believe it's 4 for Slimefoot.
I think I'd still
and 6
possibly
for
go
Shalai,
for the.
There we go, 6 for Shalai.
All right, okay.
There we go. Now he's got 8 mana, so that'll be enough for 2 Slimefoots or for 1 Shalai.
Yeah.
Now,
so if I was him, I would go for make a couple of Slimefoots, Slime for saplings, and then next turn potentially put counters on things.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that he's maybe considering trying to get Shelleye out of the Gideon's reproach range, because the dub has already been used up. I don't think there's anything else that can be used to pump up the Cloud Reader Sphinx. He's going for it now. I think just not out of desperation so much as out of... Yeah, there it is. Does he Wild Onslaught here? Ooh, that might be the way to go. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
And that gives him 2 counters. But is he worried about something just...
No, I think you just got to kind of go for it here.
He's really thinking about it.
He is. I can see why, but I think it's a play to make.
Yeah. There we go. And that's a bit of a blowout for Luke. But it does mean that that Shelleye is just out of control now, and he's getting in some chip damage.
Yeah, he can block all day on the floor now. I think I would just be making the saplings now.
I tell you what, for being
turn.
mana screwed, it doesn't matter too much, does it? Screwed on a colour, I should say. He's got all that stuff to pump it into, just making 2 tokens a turn, perfect, as you say.
Yeah, make the tokens.
And it just means that Luke will be scared to attack as well, because if he attacks, you're blocking with saplings, and that means your life total goes down even quicker, and you don't want.
And the opponent's goes up.
Yep, opponent's goes up as well, which is what you don't want. But there you go. He's got fungal plots as well to make sure that the acceleration happens anyway.
Yeah, that's... And also, you just get the drain. So, he gets to have that drain next turn.
Absolutely.
Just to
Gaining
go.
4,
So,
opponent losing 2, it's perfect.
yeah. Fungal plots and slime foot. I had some real good fungal slime foot back in the day. It was the card that I was just kind of wanting time on.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that the board states do get a bit clogged up, so having Slimefoot plus fungal plots is just exactly what you want to try and break that parity, try and really chip through that last bit of damage. And just that kind of Slimefoot gain your life as well. Oh yeah.
At that point there, where they're both down to sub 10 life, but you're going to put yourself above 10, where you're draining them even further. It's just amazing what it can do in those bosses. But it doesn't feel too broken. Again, any cards really that felt unbeatable. There's some which are very, very strong, but it was a pretty well designed set overall.
Yeah, very much agree. So he's shipping those back. I think this looks like a hand which has at least spells and lands in it.
Yeah, probably put the Green Memorial back here.
Oh, I would put the Swamp back.
Maybe.
Just because then
you've got
enough lands, and then you can activate your choice of Memorial.
Yeah, I suppose you can just play both Memorial, tapped in 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's not playing 7 drops or anything like that, so there's no issue with not necessarily hitting your lands on time. And the Memorial does give him a chance to draw another creature if he does end up flooding, which I think is quite relevant.
I think I was just never really a big fan of those.
Yeah, it's more flood protection than anything else, isn't it? But it's not like you say, it's not the bestiest of things to play. But it looks like he's drawing quite well. He's got a 2-drop into a 4-drop, 2-drop into 2-drop into 4-drop, I should say. But he's facing down a Relic Runner, so we'll see whether this gets out of control, plays a Historic Spell, and just starts swinging in. No Historic Spell. Will he offer the trade? I don't think so. No. Oh, now he's got a decision. Does he play Tapland, Fungal Plots, or does he play Swamp and Croson Druid?
I think I'd go Tapland, Fungal Plots then.
Yeah, I personally think setting up the Thaladomnivore is slightly better, but there we go. He's gone for Croson Druid. I suppose if he draws an untapped land, he still has the options.
True.
And plus, the Croson Druid does block the Mesa Unicorn nicely.
Oh, it did block. Yeah.
Getting in with a 3/3 lifelink as well. That's just.
See, now you really want that fourth land here.
Yeah, but it would have to be a white land, so we don't have that yet.
You've got to settle the score, I suppose, but
yeah. So he's going to be able to take care of that Mesa Unicorn if needs be.
It is fine to take another 3. To be fair, I think it's not the end of the world at this point.
And I think maybe doing a huge amount. That. So now he's got a choice: do you play Thaladomnivore and take another 3, or do you settle the score right now and just deal with it? And he's opting to settle the score.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And hopefully Mammoth Spider next turn to just kind of stoke your defenses and just be able to get you late game at night. Mammoth Spider's great against Luke's deck here.
Absolutely.
Oof. Wow. Okay, that's
5-3.
5-3 first strike.
I dub thee a problem for the opponent.
Yes.
That's a
and knock
Thorn
it
Element off the top. It's not really what Jared wants to be seeing. He wants to be seeing more land.
Plains would be ideal.
Does Fungal Plots get rid of anything in the graveyard, or only creatures?
I think it's just creatures. Let's take a quick.
He's getting in with another 5-3 first strike. I don't know if Jared can handle much more of this. He might have to start blocking with things he doesn't mind getting rid of.
Yeah, Fungal Plots is exile creature creator, 1/1 sapling.
I'm looking forward to. Not that we're done with this game yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing some of the historic decks. I know you were quite looking forward to talking about James's.
Yeah, James has a Indomitable Creativity deck, and those who know me know my love for that card. I took it to Nationals, and it didn't do horrendously. It was perfect for the meta at the time, and then I went and he was playing off meta decks.
Oh no.
Yeah, which is frustrating, but. And people just think he brought a bad deck, but it was doing absolute beats against a lot of decks at the local scene.
As long as you had fun. But it looks
I
like
had fun.
This land at least, and he's got that down.
But what's it going to do against the 5-3 first strike? That's the question.
Well, it just means that you can double block with the Thallid Omnivore. So now there is a trade on offer. It is 1-for-1, unless of course there's a Gideon's Reproach in the future. And he's offering the chump right now, I think, just as a hedge. And that means that you've got 2 creatures in the bin as well to activate the Fungal Plots.
I'm hoping to get a Plains maybe as well for the Shalai. So,
yes.
If he's getting the Gideon's Approach, he's not going to get blown out.
Yeah, if he gets the Plains, that means that he can activate the Shalai the turn after, and it means that he can just make more problems for the opponent. Sadly, no Plains, but it does mean that any land makes a Thorn Elemental next turn. Yeah. So that is something.
Would you double block here?
I think it's getting to the stage where you maybe have to. But then again, the danger of being blown up by Gideon's Reproach is not nothing. So we'll see whether Jared goes for it. He's just going for the... Yeah, I think he's just making Saprolings instead. He's going to chump block with the 1/1, take 3, and then hope to draw white land, I think.
He's going for 2 Saprolings. Is he then going to... Yeah, also, chump block, draw by sacrifice, and I see.
Yeah, I wonder whether... That's a good point. Does he chump block and draw, or does he just chump block and make the Thallid Omnivore a bit bigger?
It gets temporary buff, doesn't it?
It gets... I think, is it temporary buff, or is it a counter? I think it's temporary buff, yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, gaining 2 life as well could be critical. It means that it's only effectively attacking for 1 is Luke.
It gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Yeah. Drawing the 7th land is at least something so that you can play a Thorn Elemental here. But, that's accelerating the clock rapidly.
Yeah, things aren't looking great. But remember, Mammoth Spider can block in the air.
That is true. Mammoth Spider can just do a little chump on one of those 3/4s and hopefully just slow down Luke for enough time for Jared to get online. Slimefoot's here now. Does he opt for Slimefoot? He does.
He is, yeah. I mean, I suppose he can activate Slime.
Yes, he can activate Slimefoot once, which will give him 1 drain. It does mean that he's not filling his graveyard up with creatures, but I don't suppose he minds that too much. He doesn't have to have 2 Fungal Plots every time.
That's also assuming that he attacks with the Knight Benalia. You won't necessarily get that drain.
Yeah. But if he doesn't block with the Mammoth Spider, then that means that Jared's taking 6, and that's getting into the danger zone.
Yeah.
Okay, he's blocking with the Saproling, which I think is correct. And I think he has to block with the Mammoth Spider as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he's thinking about just taking it, though.
Nah, you've got to block here, I think.
Yeah.
The clock becomes way too unwieldy if he doesn't block.
There we go. And we've got the drain trigger, so that's just going to cushion the life total a little bit, take him down to 6 life, which is some sort of danger zone, but not quite as bad as it could have been. Power Stone Shard, not exactly what we want to be seeing right now. does Jared just opt for... Oh, he's going to play the Power Stone Shard. I think so he can set up 2 Slimefoot activations next turn.
Yeah, and will that... It also lets... If he's got a creature in the bin, Sapling
Yes.
with the fungal plots to
That's
draw a
true,
card
that's true.
and get double drain.
I think what he's planning to do here is make something off Slimefoot for 4 mana, and then he gets to pay 1 to sacrifice with the Thaladon Roar, which gains him an extra 2 life, I think. But
Okay.
I might be wrong there. We will see.
Yeah, it does. If something sacrificed with Thaladon Roar, you gain 2 life.
Yeah. So now I think he's got to block the Rat Caption here if he can. In theory, taking at least 6. He's got to block the Relic Runner as well. If he chooses to attack with a Relic Runner. He's not choosing to attack with the Relic Runner. So let's see. He's active. Yep, there we go. Activating Slimefoot, making a Sapling.
I miscounted the mana as well, actually. Thought he would be able to... Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be able to activate twice next turn if he wishes.
Yeah.
So let's see. Does he go for it? Can he go for it?
Just
There we
doing
go.
it.
Gideon's Reproach. That's exactly what we were worried about. But he does at least trade for the Rat Capuchin, so it's not the end of the world. But he needs to find an answer to these flyers.
Decent amount of life. I think Mammoth Spider was his answer, which...
Oh, that is a flyer, but it's not castable. I think that's game. But
I think that's it.
yes, that
6 in the air. You can gain 2, I
you
suppose.
can gain 3, which is not enough.
You probably gain 4.
Oh, Fungal Plots. Hang on.
sacrifice the-
Fungal Plots gets rid of 1 in the bin, and then that's 2. Plus paying 4 for Slimefoot, that's 6 mana. And then 1 activation off the Thaladonavore means that you gain... or rather than activating the Thaladonavore, he can use Fungal Plots to gain 3 life again. So I think there's a possibility that he is alive on 1. We will see.
Okay.
I might have mismathed this. This could just be a big old bluff from Jared.
Historic spell, of course.
Yeah, so that's unblockable now, so there's no chance. Well, then again, Thaladonavore does allow for life gain, so we will see.
A lot of maths going on.
Yes. All right, so that's 2.
Can't block with them.
Nope, but he can gain 2 life.
You can gain 6 life. You can sack both to the Omnivore.
Yeah, that's the only way he's got out of this is gaining the 6, and that lets you use him on 1. Oh no, he's going for the drawing a card, I think, just because then he doesn't know what to do.
No, because he can't do anything with that.
No, he would have to draw something that would kill. Like he would have to draw a cast down, which he doesn't have in the deck.
Yeah. Well, yeah, true. I forgot that he would still have the mana up if he was for that.
Yes. I think you go with what you have rather than what you don't know, but I think the game is pretty much over. Oh, that's 1 turn too late on the dragon.
Disappointing.
You might just play it for the showy offs, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I think he's just doing the maths right now because he can make a decent amount of tokens and he can gain some life, but I don't know if he can gain enough to actually affect the board meaningfully. We will see. So at the moment that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So by my maths, he can make 2 tokens with Slimefoot and sacrifice 1 of them with Thaladonavore, but that's not really going to do it. That would only gain him so much life.
If he only attacks the flyers, that'll gain 3 life.
Yes. And that's just not enough.
We'll have a potential answer here, maybe kind of holding up a removal spell.
I think that's perhaps the downside that we've seen for Jared's deck, though, isn't it? The fact that he's not had red or white mana for a considerable amount of the game. It just needed.
That's what you get for playing a 4-color pile.
Yeah, it's true. But hey, the powerful spells that he's splashing for, but he has got a lot of stuff to dump his mana into, so that should, in theory, have made up for it. It's just that I think Luke is playing quite a few too many flyers and big, beefy lads.
Tottenham's Bodyguard is not horrendous here.
No, it's probably going to protect the bed, make sure that he can get in for lethal here. or even a 5-3. I don't know, maybe. Don't quite know which one he named here, but just getting in with the team was probably exactly what you want. The fact that the Nightmare's first strike might work in his favour, though.
He's not worried about the crackback, but
yeah, Jared's seen enough there. I think we're going to go to game 3. It's all exciting.
Yeah, okay, so, that was a game, again, a bit like what we saw earlier, quite clearly in one direction, but still always has the small opportunity to get back, and I think that's always quite nice. It's even better when you see them actually come back from it as well. When you losing position, that's when it gets really exciting. Yeah. Hopefully we'll see a little bit of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in some way. Talk about those historic decks. Is there anything which has caught your eye from what we've seen so far?
Ooh, I'm still in love with James's deck, to be honest. I will. There's quite a few good decks coming up. I know there's the cycling historic pile, or the hotline bling, if you like, as I like to call it.
Mulligan with no lands in hand there.
Oh, I think this is a decent 6, though. It's as best as he could. It's not the worst. Double black into a settle the score when he needs it is good enough, and it's got 3 of his colours.
Yeah, I mean you only got 1 planes to play the Shalai.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not the most amazing thing to be staring down, but thankfully he's drawn a Llanowar Wells, which at least does block a 3-1. Yeah. So whether he chooses, I assume you choose to trump the 3-1 here. Trades
I think
nicely.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, Jared's
before it gets to double. Oh, now definitely trade with 3-1.
Definitely trade with that 3-1. It's whether he tries to settle the score now or later. I think later, he's probably going to do. Yeah, I think he's probably going to go play the Swamp, play the Thallowed Soothsayer. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Yeah, 5 times fast. He can block one of the 2/2s, so you won't be wanting to attack. And then you can settle the score on a 3-1 and just take the 8 next turn.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Settle the score, play the Memorial, and then you can chump like especially now you've got to settle the score, haven't you? Because that flyer's going to get out of control pretty quickly.
That is a history banal your hand.
That is, yes. We'll see if he's seen the line that we've seen. It looks like
sure
he has. Just remember it's a sorcery. There we go.
Yeah. Still, that's not what you want to be facing down.
Absolutely not. That's 4, 8, plus 5 is 13 damage staring down. I think you've got to maybe trade the Thallowed Soothsayer for a Knight of New Benalia. Do you block a token as well, is the question.
I think I just take the 8.
Yeah, I think so too. I think taking the 8 just means that he's open to playing a 7-drop next turn potentially, which is exactly what he'll need to turn the game around.
Yeah. Wild Onslaught is just from though, is it?
Not the best list.
No, he can then use a trade with a 2/2 Knight, but that's not going to do anything.
Yeah, he was thinking about using the Memorial for Folly to maybe get something from the graveyard. I don't think he's going to cash that in though. I think he's just going to hold and hope for the best. Does he cash in Wild Onslaught and trade?
Yeah,
looks like he's got to.
Yeah, he's got a block here pretty much. Like, yes, he goes down to 1, but you've almost definitely got a block. And if you block it, I think you might.
Yeah, the problem with Wild Onslaught is you're playing not to lose rather than playing to win.
Yeah.
So that's I suppose getting the trade in now just means that you
still need something to block
in
the air. And wow, okay.
Yeah, it's looking like curtains today.
That is definitely done. We're totally done here. Well, it was definitely a solid win for Luke there. We eventually saw his player, which we had been threatening to see the whole time so far, and I'm pleased to see it kind of went off the exact way you want it to go off. So that was pretty impressive to see. So that's the end of the limited matches. Most of the games are just about finishing up as well, so there's probably not any games to cut to. And in a moment, once we get all the scores in, we'll look at the standings and see what like going into historic. But there are some really, really great decks coming up. I don't know if all the viewers have managed to see historic yet, but it is certainly a favourite format of mine currently. I tend to play quite a lot of an arena, playing the hated auras deck at the moment, but I have played a bit of Gruul aggro and things in the past. There is a huge amount of playable decks. It's kind of like modern in that respect, but without some of the ridiculous power that's around.
Yeah, I think that's it's a format to certainly be looking forward to watching. Just to tease you off before we go into the break, how about we have a look at James's historic deck? Does that sound like fun?
Let's do it. On my own screen here.
We have been hyping it up quite an amount. While
It just does everything that I like to do in Magic, and that is casting Dominal Creativity for shenanigans.
Yes. Would you like to go over it briefly while I just queue up some standings?
I will in a moment.
Well, we
just
can
need
see,
to get it
as you
myself.
mentioned, it's an Indomitable Creativity deck, so it means that you're trying to create lots of tokens and things that lead you into your big scary monsters. So
the interesting thing I picked up about it was that it only has 2 creativities.
that's true, but what else does it have?
It's got some Shalies in there, so the Shalies, when you cast non spells, you get a 1/1 servo.
Yeah, he's also. I don't know if you've noticed the Narset not quite combo that he's got going on there.
What's the Narset combo?
So
I
he's
missed that
got
one.
Narset and he's got Commit to Memory. So if you cast the memory from Aftermath, it means that you get a nice, lovely opponent only has 1 card left in hand. Too bad, so sad.
That sounds pretty disgusting. Technical issues here. Right, so yeah, he's got the Spike Field Hazards in there for a little bit of removal, just removal burn spells. He's got some counters. He's got Role Reversal, so he can.
There you go.
Yeah, so he can swap one of his creatures with one of the opponent's creatures. I don't know if Role Reversal's any permanence, so got quite a lot going on there. And then we've also got the things that he's trying to search out. Terror of the Peaks.
Terror of the Peaks is the combo card that finishes off for him. If you get more than one of those in play at the same time, it just starts firing off like not so much a machine gun, but a barrage of rockets, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the difference with Indomitable Creativity than some of the other ones that we've seen so far, like the Looker and was Transmogrify we also have in Standard?
Yes, it is.
Where they will sacrifice 1 token to get your big thing. Creativity, you can red mana, red X, and then you sacrifice destroy X creatures or artifacts, and then their opponent can that player can effectively cascade into creatures and artifacts. And the only creatures or artifacts he has here are his Terror of the Peaks. It can be used as a removal spell from time to time. I have, when I've played it in the past, very occasionally used it as a removal spell, or at least maybe come 3 mana in, get 2 of my own things and one of the opponent's big scary things. But it's going to do, hopefully, some wild shenanigans in the historic rounds here. And I certainly can't wait to see what it does.
Absolutely. And just before we go to the break, I'm just going to show us over to the standings, which, as you can see, James is on top and is looking pretty tidy right now. In the lead with the only one with 3 wins, just below Alfie and Luke and Shipley, all on 2 wins. And we're going to actually be following Shipley in the next round against, I believe...
Joe.
Yeah, Shipley against James next round, which is perfect. It means we get to see the 2 favourite decks in action, actually.
Yeah. So following Shipley and watching James, I think that's the better way around to say it, because I think I'd like to watch it not knowing what James has in his hand.
Yes, it gives us a little bit more of a surprise. So thank you very much from us at the commentary desk. I'm just going to fire us into a break for a little while. We are going to be returning about 1:45. Thank you very much. See you shortly.
See you soon.
Hello everyone, there we go, I fixed my mic issue there. Hope you're all doing well. We're here with Table Leg and we're looking at Daniel Shipley's list, the person who we're going to be following for the next round, the 4th round. What do you think of the deck, Lewis?
Well, it's a spicy one, isn't it?
Very much.
I've often dreamed about playing this deck. I played it in Standard to a lot of success. I didn't use any red, of course, then. There was no real reason to. But, yeah, Zenith Flare is a good reason to do it. Although, a Yorion deck as well.
I was going to say, because it's a Yorion deck, the deck list barely fits on the screen. It's so big. But
yes.
It's having its cake and eating it too in some ways with Drakehaven and with Approach of the Second Sun. I really like that. And the Sarcophagus. But all the additions from Ikoria have really pushed this over the edge, I think.
Well, let's see. You know, there's a lot of powerful stuff going on in Historic, so you know, my worry is, as with any 80 card deck, is the consistency there. Yes, you've got your cycling cards, but there's quite a few cards in this list that cycle for more than one mana.
Yes.
Which is a worry. It's almost like two decks fused together in the sense that it's a Yorion deck plus a cycling deck. So by that I mean you've got a Gear Hooks thing going on here. You've got Approach in there just randomly. I
think just to ensure the win condition, isn't it?
You pick your win condition. There's loads of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Turn one Flourish and Fox is a legitimate win condition.
Big win condition.
So I worry that if it's trying to do too much, but it looks sweet, it's probably going to work.
I think.
And looking at all the Historic lists, this is the one I would play.
Most U deck out there. Shipley called this deck Tour de Shipley. I prefer Shipline Bling, but we'll leave it up to you which one you prefer.
All I'll say is the tokens produced from that Drakehaven won't be as nice as mine.
That's true. I remember that was my favourite day at the shop when you came in with the tokens just like this, and then suddenly you started attacking, and they were like this.
Yeah.
But let's just have a quick look at James's list, I think, before we get going. I'll just make sure that we queue that up. Do you have any thoughts about this deck in particular? Or,
which one? This one?
James's deck list.
Oh, okay.
Because I know their deck is
it's a classic James list, right?
Oh yeah, very much.
They always choose something completely left field, and if they don't, you know, there's something wrong with the format. So yeah, I see it. I was actually wondering if I was to play this deck, what changes I would make.
Yeah.
Because as with any combo deck, and it's kind of why I don't play combo. Sometimes if you've got combo pieces in your hand, it doesn't work as well.
Yes. But
so
thankfully, he's got that Valakut card that shuffles cards back into his deck. Does he have a couple of Fiery Prophecies as well, I think, maybe? Just little bits and bobs that do put combo pieces back into the deck.
Yeah. And probably 4 creatures is correct. But, you know, that would be my only thought. And how interactable is it for other players?
Absolutely.
You've got to get these little tokens to be able to go off, as it were. But how interactable is that? And I'm not sure. Does it? I see it's got its own counter spells to kind of deal with wars like that. But I always worry about combo against counters.
That's true. Yeah.
Having said that, you know, it can just get you from many positions.
Yeah, it looks like you're doing an awful lot of nothing, and then suddenly it does everything. And the fact that it's got Chandra as well, I can say from experience, Chandra is a problem for other decks to deal with. It puts a pressure on in such a way to either control the board or otherwise. And I think we are just about ready to get going with the actual games. So we'll be in there shortly. Any thoughts on this matchup?
Oh, right. Well, it's almost going to be like 2 ships passing in the night, really, with the exception of a couple of counter spells. They're not going to really do much. There's not going to be much blocking, is there, or anything like that. It's just going to be, I'll do my thing, you do yours, let's see who wins.
Yeah, that's great.
So I have to say, I feel like it's going to favour the cycling deck.
I think that's reasonable.
But you never know. 80 cards, you know, maybe that's a factor. But I do. That's my initial reaction. What do you think?
I think that James is going to really give Dan a headache. I think you've just got this combo deck that can just, like you say, suddenly win out of nowhere pretty much. The fact that Shipley can gain life is going to change the equation a little bit. But I don't know it's going to be a wrestle for control. The fact that Shipley has the option to go a bit aggro at the start might just be a bit of an issue, but he's not typical aggro in the sense that it's this overwhelming mass. It's just you play this Fox and then you keep cycling, and we'll see. It's going to depend on what the opening hands look like, I think.
Yeah, true. And for me as well, the deck was certainly powerful enough for standard.
Mm-hmm.
Is it powerful enough for historic?
True.
That's a question. The question we might have answered today.
True. I think I'm just getting word that Shipley is ready now, so I'll just cast us over there as quickly as I can. Here we go. We just join him, waiting for the opponent to make his hand. So let's get going. Okay, not the worst starting hand, but he's not really able to cycle too much apart from that Shite Typhoon and the neutralize. Are you seeing that list all right there, Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was just worried that I'd not quite queued anything up there, but I think we're good. So, what's the plan for you here? Would you mulligan this?
It's so tough. Again, with any 3-color deck, red is just a slight splash. But it would be perfectly serviceable if you just had that extra white mana. You put it this way, you go in second, you're not doing anything till at least turn 3, and that's on a good day.
Yeah. The best thing you can do is cycle on turn 2 with a neutralize or a Shark Typhoon.
Exactly.
And that's
exactly.
not exciting. But he's going for it. I think he's relying on the fact that he's on the draw here, and he's got a couple of extra draw steps. That's not a bad draw, though. Ominous Seas on turn 2 does mean that there's something in play.
That is about as good as it gets.
True. Another Zenith Flare as well. That's just giving a little bit of assurance. Does he go for the Ominous Seas now? I think he does, yeah. And then that way, next turn, he's going to... Oh no, he's going to cycle for a land instead. He just really wants to cast those get those renewed faiths, I think, or at least have a nimble obstructionist ready to go. And Narset Part of Veils is really going to put a stop to that. I suppose I didn't really think that that's just going to
that's a big deal.
And he's getting
such a
rid
big deal
of the Ominous Seas here. Rather interestingly. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but...
I'd have to agree purely because you're only drawing 1 a turn. 8 turns down the line. You need answers to Narset now.
Right, so it's more about keeping a neutralize in hand as well for the combo piece.
Yeah, I just quite end of turn cast Obstructionist, kill Narset.
That's true.
You don't have to cycle these cards.
That's true. They are just castable. That's the nice thing.
Yeah.
That's the
not like in Standard where a lot of your cycling cards are borderline uncastable.
Yeah. Certainly Renewed Faith is on the lower end of things that you would want to be casting in this hand, but everything else here, they're just good on the face of it. He could play that Nimble Obstructionist to take out the Narset with Flash if he wants to.
Yeah.
Especially now there's a Trandor on board. Does he cash in the neutralize? It looks like he does.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Played it very slow.
I think we're going against the we're going for the neutralize here mostly to counter any possible combo next turn that might occur.
Okay. It's interesting because they could play Drakehaven now with a plan to kill Narset and play it real slow, but they haven't, so...
Yeah, I think Shipley going to make a 1-1 here. That'll do just fine.
Yeah.
That certainly takes care of the Narset and means the cycling plan is effectively back online.
I like this as well because if there is removal to save the Narset, it's the least damaging to lose you 1-1.
Yeah. Oh, and he's getting rid of the activated ability. That's really good for...
Okay.
They've really played around that. I think that the fact that there's 2 mana open is something for Shipley to consider, just because there's counter spells, but the idea would have been for...
I would have really liked to have seen the Fox there.
Yeah, just pop it down, but I suppose he's wanting to leave 3 mana up for everything.
Yeah, I can see why. It is getting played very slowly.
Yeah. I suppose Shipley's just scared of a combo happening every turn, but there's still a few moving pieces to go, and that's nice. Bouncing the Narset with the Callous Dismissal puts a token into play and means that he can re-go with the Narset, but now it means that the deck's unlocked for Shipley.
Okay.
Yeah, he's taking the action, gaining that life, cycling again. Does he cycle the Lonely Sandbar? No. I think he just wants to play that as a land, yes.
Okay.
And he's getting the Fox down now. There we go. Tell me, Lewis, what does the Fox say?
You're dead in 3 turns.
There you go. Not quite as catchy as the song, but more true.
I believe it translates better.
Oh, it does. Now here's the question: do you counter the Narset? I think you do as the cycling.
You have to. You have to.
And I think wisely going for countervailing winds, no negate or anything, which I suppose isn't in the main deck for James.
Right. Okay. This is panning out nicely. Again, with the combo deck, you have to draw the right pieces.
Absolutely. The question is, does he play Drakehaven or does he just hold up Nimble Obstructionist Neutralize?
Well, you get both now.
No, he gets both. That's just perfect.
This is the greatest card ever printed in Magic.
Well, you know when, that Drakehaven bling. I will work on these, I promise. Holding up Neutralize and Nimble Obstructionist, though. Does he want to cash in on this Valakut Awakening? I don't think he does. I think he wants to wait for a combo piece so that he can also.
Yeah, you just wait. Yeah, you. It's like the Awakening's almost like a bad shooter. You never counter the shooter. You always counter what comes after it.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. Plus, James is going to want to be playing some sort of token generation just to mean that he can combo a little more effectively. Because at the moment, there's not really what's going on.
1 or 2 terrors of the peak is kind of fine.
Yeah, I think you ideally want to get to 2, just so that you're putting down 10 damage, and then that's effectively death next turn. Not quite, obviously, given the current life totals. Yeah. But yeah, that's a key counter on the Narset here, just making sure that the Cycle Plan is still online. I think
it's interesting because there's ways you can play it. You could let it resolve and deal with things after that. Oh, okay, it was a fight over it. I like that.
Go. I think that's going to be interesting to see whether it pays off for James here, because they've gone with that. Oh, and getting a Chandra as well is going to be really helpful. They've gone with that counter spell just to put it off a little bit longer. Oh.
Memory is super, super good against Zenith Flare as well.
I think, yeah, that's probably the reason that they've gone for the counter, is just to put Memory in the bin and hopefully get Shipley down to 1 card in hand.
And here's another thing as well. You can't imagine that the Flourishing Fox is ever going to get blocked.
That's true.
So I would turn it sideways. Wow.
Yeah, I think the tokens are quite valuable for James as well, but I suppose just going on the memory plan, you're holding up countervailing winds and just hoping for the best, really. He has got 5 cyclers in the bin, so he would have to pay 5.
It's some very interesting play in the sense, that they're not doing the more straightforward things you might expect. Now that could just be heads up. You know, they played the matchup, or I mean, there's cards in hand that you can't see.
That's true,
and that might affect it. So it's really interesting to see this play out.
It is, yeah. I'm wondering whether James has got a Indomitable in hand or not. But I think
and you see there a decline to make a Drake token.
Yes,
that's obviously a surefire.
I suppose in theory, both players know that Neutralizer's on top. So going for that, putting another cycling card in the bin to get Zenith Flare to 7 as well. This is getting closer and closer to just double Zenith Flare win the game. I think we're going for... Oh, he's blocking with that 1/1 token. So the plan is to memory here.
The plan has changed. I would play the 2 life here.
Yep, and there he has. Oh, we're going for a Yorion. Interesting.
No. Thought better of it. I like that.
Yeah, that just keeps countervailing winds and Zenith Flare open. Means that you can cast both this turn. Countervailing winds, is that going to resolve? That's the key question, because this will be... Oh, there's no counter spell from James there. That's going to be difficult to come back from now.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know if it's just lethal. Well, yeah, it's just lethal. I've just done the maths. As long as Shipley sees it. There we go. Very unfortunate for James there. I think he was in a bit of a counter war and just didn't quite come out on top.
Sometimes you get that, and I just think it's a misfiring of the deck mostly. There was not much offense coming off there. The plan didn't come together.
So what do you bring in if you're Shipley here against a combo deck like that? It looks like he's bringing in Dovin's Veto, I think, quite wisely.
Yep. I think that's a key card.
There's no real
Other
point
than
in
that, though-
authority of the consoles, is there? Because I suppose the dragons coming in tapped doesn't matter too much, but I suppose every token gaining him an extra life might just be relevant to keep him alive. It depends on how many bad things in the deck.
It certainly could, but I don't expect to see that. Forsake the Worldly coming in.
Putting in discontinuity, very interesting. I wonder
have a
whether
look at
that's
that.
going to come into it, or whether that's just I feel like playing something a bit spicy.
Just for the cams.
Just for the cams. He has got 3 Torrential Gearhulk, so there's every chance that he discards it at some point and casts it for free. But we will see. It's not going to be. It's going to be a bit hard for the triple blue. Oh, there we go. As long as it's your turn, spell casts that much. Yeah. Oh well. I'm just.
That's very spicy, but kind of good off the Gearhulk.
Isn't it? Yeah. Just end the turn. I think that's exactly the kind of counter spell that Shipley wants. Is just any way of ending the turn and preventing.
I'm worried about it because it's not. It does really so badly in any kind of counter war.
It's true. It's true. I suppose if you get to 8 mana, it's not so bad because you can potentially cast that and Dovin's Veto back up, but we will see.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. See, just
Interesting.
think about it.
One Gearhulk cut. Let's see. Ominous Seas are out too.
Yeah, I think that Ominous Seas is just a nod to making sure that.
Very interesting that Illumination was cut. I think Illumination is one of those cards you should never cut because it's just so good.
Yes.
I think LSV said that it's an opt Sphinx's Revelation split card.
That's true. That's
And
true.
it really is. It's other than Drakehaven, it's the best card in your deck, I think.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a one-off is
Discipline Mulligan there.
yeah, very disciplined. Excuse me. And I think this is probably the best hand he can keep. He's going to probably play that Triumph on 1, Fox on 2.
Yep.
Maybe the Lonely Sandbar as well tapped.
Yeah. Interesting to see the Boon kept in and the Illumination sideboarded.
Yes.
So, okay,
Ooh,
look at
this is
this.
going to get spicy. 2 Foxes getting bigger and bigger.
Will the second one be played, though, is my question. I'm not sure it will.
Yeah, holding up a neutralize might just be what he has to go for. I think the upside of having... Ooh, now you probably have to.
Yeah.
But then again, maybe not. Maybe you just play the Fortress, hold the neutralize, and then next turn you can Flourishing Fox with all the mana open. Who knows?
But my question to you is, what are you holding neutralize for and for?
I suppose that's the real key.
That's my question, and that's what the players have to think of: is going, how do I sequence my turns?
That's true. I suppose we've got to remember that both James and Shipley are very smart players, so they're going to be playing around each other quite a lot.
Exactly, and that's why the Foxes came out there. It's just like, how badly can they hurt me on turn 4? I mean, this is as bad as it gets, but even then, that's not bad.
Yeah, I don't think
The
there's any
Fox
1
is
mana
good.
spells to get.
Is going to just be able to kill Chandra is the thing.
That's true.
So you need that threat down because the Planeswalkers just do not defend themselves.
Well, I think wisely, they've gone and put a loyalty counter on both Planeswalkers, and that's just meant that Chandra is going to survive a little bit longer. But now that there's 2 more cards been cycled into, and they both have cycling,
exactly.
Do you go for it? I don't know if you do.
Of course, it's free.
I suppose cycling twice is probably not so bad, especially when the only thing that's going to remove a Flourishing Fox now is an Indomitable Creativity, I think, or a bounce spell.
This prevents creativity next turn because if Chandra sticks around, you have to hold up the counter spell.
That's true. It's looking.
But now the Fox is bigger than a Terror. So if you play Terror on 5, so what?
It would have to be Terror.
Yep.
And that's just not happening yet. So there we go. We're up to 5 mana, and I think holding up everything attacking for 5. I'm liking the look of this for Shipley. It's looking like it's not going so well for James. They're in a bit of a tough spot.
Well, they have to bounce it.
Yeah, bounce or no mass, I think. And even if he bounces it, there's that counterspell in hand. It's making things really tricky. I suppose now there's a blocker, so we'll see if that affects things. Could be that Shipley goes to the Shark Typhoon. X is 3 and really hammers home.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
James with the See the Truth there. Notably, if they flash it back off of Chandra, that gets to activate the second clause on See the Truth. I think that's why they're playing it, just as a slightly worse anticipate normally.
Okay, this is an aggressive.
Very aggressive. But will it pay off?
It does open up any kind of spell that the bounce spell would get through now.
Yeah.
But no, got away with it.
Yeah, I think James is maybe holding up a neutralize or some such. So we'll see how that goes. Does Shipley go for a cycle here with a sensor? Maybe not given the tight mana that James.
No, I don't think so. It doesn't change the clock whatsoever.
No.
I think you just no land played. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think he's just holding the secluded step as a cycle card now. Make that
Yep.
as big as possible. But he doesn't even necessarily need to. I suppose it means that if you find a Zenithflare off the top, it almost guarantees the win straight away rather than...
Yeah, this looks like it's game already, but...
It certainly does. Now, do you cast out the token?
Well, let's just see. EOT, maybe.
Yeah. And
cycle is step
oh,
thing.
roll reversal. A spicy one, but I don't think that's going to quite do it. Sensor is going to be enough. And now, how do we go? I think, we're cycling the step.
Yeah, do some cycling, untap, cast out.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the land as well. Does he cycle again? No need, I suppose. Play the land, play the cast out. And that's all she wrote. Sad to see for one of our favourite decks in the format there.
Yep, there you go. The power of Flourishing Fox demonstrated.
Absolutely. So, any comments on that game then, Lewis?
Unfortunately, it kind of went the way I thought it was going to go. I just think cycling is the ability to cycle is just so good. We saw with James a couple of clunky draws. It maybe seemed like, and the only way you can cycle your cards is by using Valakut's Awakening to do on like a mass cycle.
That's true.
So that was kind of the difference between the decks. Also, the threat provided by whereas the combo deck, it's more, telegraphed.
Absolutely. I think we are just going to go live to Gareth's deck. I don't know if you've had much chance to see what he's up to, but
okay.
Oh wow, we've just cut in on a point where Gareth is currently going to sideboards. I think I can't tell if he's just won or lost. Oh, there we go. Can you see my stream all right there?
No.
Oh dear, right. I think I'll try and fix that. Is that better?
There we go. Yep.
Okay. So this is the
1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 4-color oink deck as Gareth put it. Let me just see what else
against blue-white control.
Against blue-white control, Joel Loden. Yes.
So kind of.
Oh, it's apparently not showing on my screen. That's I'll have to fix that momentarily. Apologies, audience. This is a bit awkward. I can only see blackness. Right. Please excuse the technical difficulties, folks. That's hopefully a bit better. There we go. So, back to it, and we have Llanowar Elves turn 1, decent starting hand for Gareth.
Okay. Right. So a slow one though. A very slow one.
Indeed.
Oh, this is
The
the
Kinnan combo.
Kinnan
Yeah, I got
combo.
that wrong with it.
Sorry,
Wasn't on the.
yeah.
That was my fault there. Okay. So, are you familiar with how this Kinnan deck works?
I'm not. I'm very excited to see it.
It's a bit like the Kethis combo deck.
Okay.
But if it's possible, it's even slower.
Well,
Things like Emery are what get the job done, though. It's all about getting
Oh,
Paradox
okay.
Engine in play, generating loads of mana.
with Emery and the Sphere.
Yeah, making activate abilities cheaper
ya.
and all sorts. Yeah, the
Got ya.
Exodia is assembling.
It seems to be.
And I'm right that Kinnan adds multiple mana. Is that it? It adds one additional mana for all the mana creatures. That's it.
What for all non-lands?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the win next turn, right?
If not, then very close to it. And I think Gareth is going to really struggle. He's got a negate in hand, so maybe that'll slow him down just a touch. But the fact that Paradox Engine untaps doesn't make things too certain for protection, I mean. So here we go. We'll see what happens. Going up to 4 land. Going to get to cast any artifact from the bin and then keep going about it.
Yeah, casts it, untaps everything, and then just goes again.
Absolutely. And there you go, Chromatic Sphere generating more mana. Also letting him draw a card. Oh, and there you go. That's how you add mana of any colour. So Chromatic Sphere actually adds 2 mana.
Yeah.
Because of the Kinnan. That's clever.
Yeah, but just a loop of untapping Emery each turn and recasting that same sphere.
Infinite mana, and then activate Kieran, then infinite mana, then activate Kieran. I think that's just it.
Infinite draws as well.
Infinite draws. Just find the Jason, win the game.
Well.
There is a negate, so
There is.
the negate should take out the Jace. It's whether there's a backup.
It's also obviously with it being post board, does Joe have a counter spell?
True.
Because any counter spell is good enough.
That is true. There's a lot of blue mana being spent here, so we'll see whether or not that comes to anything. I assume he's adding double blue as often as possible. There we go. Tamiyo there. Oh, countering the Tamiyo.
Yeah.
I suppose that's just to prevent get the Jace back shenanigans or something similar.
I think it's. I mean, he's hovering over the concede button.
Yeah, that's it. Now he's not got anything to counter anything else.
He knows where it's going. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Explosive turn 4 win there.
Yeah, this is one of the decks that people were looking forward to seeing, I think, today.
You told me it was slow.
I thought it was slow, but it's slow in the sense that it takes a long time for the combo to get going. But I suppose it just doesn't matter. You just get them dead.
That was rapid.
Yeah.
Man, I was impressed by that. I know we only seen one game, but wow.
Yeah, that's something. I'll tell you what. So, I suppose while we have the time, how about we have a quick look at Dan Rose's deck for Historic?
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Yeah. He's looking for redemption. 303.
Oh, not the best start for the fella, especially.
He wants the 3 Historic to try and sneak into the top 4.
Absolutely. But you know what? This is a solid deck for the format. He's a big fan of blue-white control, and
he's a big fan of any control. He would have you believe that he's the only remaining control player in the Northeast. That's words from his own mouth.
And how do you rate those words? I am curious.
If it's the northeast of Forden, just Forden in general, then he's correct. Otherwise, he's absolutely wrong.
I mean,
but
mono
anyway,
red is a kind of control, right? I just control your life total very quickly.
No, friend, I'm afraid we're going to have to disagree on that one.
Okay, that's fine.
But no, he certainly likes his control and he plays a lot with it. So, I'm confident that he knows how to use this. He was and ahhing over which historic deck to choose. I know that he'd taken a look at the deck lists this weekend before he made his decision. and he's settled on this. So obviously, it's something he's gone with, something he's comfortable with. Maybe not the top tier, deck, but certainly good.
Indeed. I think we'll just go to a quick break for just a couple of minutes, and then we'll be back with Chris for the next round. So we'll see you all shortly.
Excellent.
And I'm back. So I had a little bit of a break there. Lewis, what do you think of last round? I saw the end of it, and it seemed pretty exciting.
It was exactly that. It was very exciting. Now we got trekked to a bonus game there, which turned out to be, for me, the most exciting game of all, because it just showed the power of that deck. I'm really looking forward to seeing that in the feature match this round. But cycling versus the Indomitable Creativity combo kind of went the way we wanted. It was kind of the way we thought. Sorry, it was
I was going to say the way you might have wanted.
Yeah.
The way I wanted it to go.
Yeah, it was kind of. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Indomitable Creativity. It was kind of a misfire from the deck, but that is the worry you have with such things. But well, let's just see how it gets going in the subsequent rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I believe we're going to have the standings, which have changed.
The standings.
Interesting amount
in a moment.
Yeah, because we did have James, who was for the 4-0 there, and going to be in a really good place going into the top 4 later on. But he was prevented from having that, and we've got 3 players, each with 3 wins, and you can now see on the screen as well. So you got James, Shippers, and Alfie in those top 3 positions, each 301. And then below that, we've got Luke, Joe, both 2 wins.
We're going to cut to
Jared and Gareth at 1 win, and Dan with no wins. So that's it's a pretty tight at the top there.
Is that game still going then?
No, I think the result just hasn't been submitted, so we're just going to be be waiting on that. But I think the 3 of us are now going to go and commentate on Joe's game, which I think is ready just now. So
yep.
I'll just let him know we're ready to fire, and then we're on our way. Okay, well, what's this for a hand? How do we feel? He's keeping this. Ballagad recovery turn 1 tapped into... is he going to leave Mox Amber behind? I think he is.
Yeah. Might as well. Got a couple of Lurus there. Yeah.
The Lurus Auras deck.
Yeah, we're against the Lurus Auras deck. Blue-white.
That is it. That is my deck of choice in Historic, actually. Technically best of 1 just for the speed sometimes and fitting games in. But if I'm playing in an environment like this, I know that best of 3 is by far and away my preferred way to play. But yeah, I think it'll be a definite race here.
Oh
I think.
goodness, the combo's assembling
it's,
already.
It's explosive for both sides.
I think I didn't appreciate how much Kinnan could really accelerate your mana just off of a Mox Amber.
And the spheres are just, that it's what's he got next turn?
I think it's
3,
just Oro.
4, 5, 6. There's 7 mana next turn if you want it.
Yeah.
9 mana.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You have to spend 1 into it.
9. That's true. Putting
Okay.
Into it, yeah.
Right.
I didn't see that side of things. But I tell you
The life gain and the card draw.
yeah, life gain and card draw is going to be really, really relevant to keeping.
But this doesn't really go for the. It doesn't tap life total, does it?
I suppose no, the Kinnan combo certainly does not. It just wins the game by itself. So it's a race. Who's going to have enough life at the end of the game? And I think the answer is we're just going to. Oh, he's got Paradox Engine now. Fascinating.
Hey. Yeah.
And
Wow.
I think he can go Paradox Engine, Breeding
Didn't it?
Pool,
Uro.
and Oro,
Yeah,
which untaps.
Yeah.
Oh, spicy.
And then he's got another Uro as well to draw and get extra lands, and yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking about whether to go for it.
I think he should. Definitely think he should. The card draw, I think, is super relevant
Putting
here.
the extra lands in play, yeah, gaining the extra life.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Can't quite get Uro this turn, I think.
Oh no.
because he has to put 1 mana in and he can only get 2 of the same mana out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because again, we're thinking of it more like a 1 mana in, 2 mana out,
Yeah.
but not in the way we want it to be. Oh, and SRAM here.
It was-
things, oof.
It was still a better option, I think, that turn. Yeah, the Arcane Flight. I found SRAM is definitely not your 5th through 8th copies of the core.
The 2
I
drop,
can't remember. Yeah, it's definitely not like formal copies of that.
Okay.
But yeah, but it still does a pretty good imitation of it.
Yeah, having that extra 2 power isn't the worst early on, just to give you a little bit of a buffer against some of like the mono red
Yeah.
decks and such. But
Yeah.
you don't mind
I'm
it if
worried
you're
about-
chaining in like this.
I'm worried about that miscount of the mana this turn by paying the 2 life for Breeding Pool untapped.
True.
You're going to be gaining a lot of life next turn off Uro, but you don't want that extra 2 life to have cost you.
Absolutely. Thankfully, this turn there's going to be a lot of mana generated with the Mox Ambers. It's whether or not the Kinnan can maybe generate something else. I don't know whether we're going to be activating the Kinnan this turn. Probably not. Because at the moment,
No, I don't think so. It'll be digging to get something.
however, with the Mind Stone, I do believe that makes Oro mana neutral,
Yes.
which is brilliant. And yes, it's awkward because he'll have to tap one of his lands, but after next turn, that won't matter.
Yeah.
Choosing to tap the black land there, interestingly, I suppose there's nothing. He's got a chromatic sphere to play around that, if necessary.
So much mana.
So much mana.
It's yeah. That's what it does.
And he's playing the Watery Grave, paying the 2 life. He's hoping to maybe go off this turn or at least soon.
I think you do want to be playing that, to be fair. I think you want to leave yourself open to nut draws and things.
You want,
There we go.
Joe's thinking about cycling or cracking things and really going for it.
Yeah, playing that Mox Amber and tapping the mana rocks.
Yeah.
Also, you're fueling the graveyard and maybe casting Uro from grave.
Exactly, yeah.
True. Which he's not too far off now, especially now that he's cycling that Triome.
Okay.
He's going to play the one in hand, and then that should be enough, is it, to actually play an Oro from grave?
Possibly.
It certainly will be now.
Yeah, Llanowar Elf just
Yeah.
in case as well, to give him another ritual if needs be.
Yeah.
There we go. Getting as much mana as possible here, I think, quite wisely.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Might as well, and it's just another blocker as well, isn't it? So
true. Can we activate the Kinnan this turn as well as play the Oro? I think we can. Yeah, there we go. We're just
Maybe.
activating Kinnan until we find something spicy. David with the "this is disgusting" in chat. Absolutely, absolutely. No way to give
Paradox
Emery haste, I
Engine.
don't think, is the problem.
Any ideas why Paradox Engine is banned in Commander?
Oh, I can't think why. It's
No,
if you ask
format,
me, it's
all
overrated.
about mana rocks. Yeah, format all about mana rocks.
I'm pretty glad that Kinnan and Paradox Engine are not legal in EDH together. That would be annoying.
You only have one copy in the whole deck. It's fine.
Oh yeah, it's a 100-card deck as well. You'll never find it.
I mean, it's still going.
Yeah, but you know what? He could still lose next turn.
Indeed, there's a lot of
Yeah,
damage going.
like double all that glitters or something.
Yeah, exactly. He's got the draw as well, so all he needs to do is start
stacking
a nice
the
little
gold.
chain
Hang
of.
The wheels are still turning. I love it.
We keep going. We keep going. Is he going to neg the Tameo or is he going to plus?
Is there anything in the graveyard he'd want?
There's no Jace or anything like that. Ooh, it looks like
Yeah,
he's doing
neg
something.
to get another.
Oro
yeah.
for the redraw. Interesting. I suppose you can make 2 green. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Go for the redraw.
And the life as well. I think the life's
And
super
the
relevant
life.
here with the Euro. Just like I say, if he gets an all glitters on that flying
Oh, and thankfully he's clicked the correct Oro, I think. Just in case. Not opting to play the Validated Recovery as a land, I think wisely. Just going to save it in hand to protect himself in case a Paradox Engine goes missing. And there's all that glitters.
It's 10. Doesn't take much to go higher.
Just
One
needs...
more.
If he has something against fly into SRAM or something like that, that's really scary as well.
Yes.
Because that would give him,
Sentinel's Eyes, that pumps it up by, I believe, 2 mana. 2.
He's probably got another land in hand. So.
I mean, Arcane Flight in the SRAM is lethal.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's scary. All the glitters is the scariest card in this deck.
He
the
could well
glitters
have.
on the token is lethal, actually, isn't it? Because of the +1 on the all the glitters.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
He could. No. He could well have. Well, it won't matter now, but Cartouche Knowledge would have been another card he could have had in hand.
Any
aura.
One, yeah, aura.
Any aura.
There it is.
There it is.
Whoa.
Hey, see, that's what this deck does. I did play the black-white version for a little bit, but the missing of that card, the card draw from some of those and the flying, just it made it so much worse.
Wow.
Which one's the combo deck, guys?
Well, what is a combo deck? That's the question.
Mono-red's a combo deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
What is it? Anax and Embercleave is a combo, surely.
Alex Embercleave, perfect combo. Mwah. My favourite. So if you're Joe here, what do you bring in? Do you bring in the negates for the auras? Do you bring in fatal pushes for the targets?
Well,
I think you've got to bring in fatal
Extinction event all day.
Extinction event.
That either getting the 2 mana SRAMs and things, or getting the 1 mana protection spells. That's because non-targeted. It's not destruction. It's exile.
Yeah.
Interestingly, he's gone with just making 1 change, either spellbomb in, fatal push out.
Yeah. The spellbomb is not bad. The spellbomb is not bad.
I love spellbomb in. I think that's a great shout. But obviously, on the play, he's wanting to stick to his plan completely.
Yeah.
And just trying to go fast.
Which makes sense. And adding the spellbomb does play into the plan with Emery a bit, so that's perfectly fine.
Again, aggressive mulligan there, wants to go fast. I do like.
I agree with his mulligan there.
Yeah, he's obviously played this deck a lot and knows what he wants to see. So
yeah, and he's going for that spellbomb on 1. It's going to cost him on life, but it means he gets
spellbomb and Emery.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good options though.
He's playing the Emery here. I think he's going to try and mill as much as he can. It does mean next turn he gets to, if he draws a land, go Mindstone, Prophetic Prism, and that's pretty good.
Also, if he wants to play a 2-drop here to like the SRAM, and he can't attack through, so it does stem some of the damage.
Yeah.
Milling that Paradox Engine is quite key as well. He's opted to go for Prophetic Prism to draw a card rather than the Mindstone. I think that's probably correct.
I think he's hoping to draw land.
And there he does.
Which is, yeah, so
Water Brigade playing Emery? Or do you save the Emery just in case?
He's going for the Emery.
Just fuel that graveyard.
Yeah, you might find a Mox Amber, which you can cast for free off the Emery, and then that holds up either Spellbomb. But it doesn't look like he's found it. He's checking the deck. I think he means to check the graveyard. There we go. Yeah, just the Paradox Engine there for the moment, which you can't cast next turn. But Tamiyo's coming down if a land is drawn. Or maybe you just go for the Mind Stone. Curious Obsession on the Saram. So there's a definite plan here, and it's just beat down with as much damage as possible, and don't worry about...
But Joe's done 6 damage to himself. That really plays into that.
Absolutely.
Having said that, next turn he's going to be able to send that Shram home, and those 2 enchantments are going to go in the bin.
Absolutely. I think Selfless Savior there is normally fantastic for Luke, but doesn't get around Aether Spellbomb.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of effects like that in Historic as well.
Absolutely. So we'll see what... he's found a land. Is there another aura? Or is he going to hold up Protection spell, perhaps?
You might have Protection spells on the sideboard, but I don't think he'd be playing them. I don't think I'd bring them in against Joe's deck. I think I'd just try and go for as fast as possible.
That's kind of the idea that both of them have gone with. And a lot of people over sideboard.
Guilty.
And neither of them have done that, so that's good to see. Also, Spellbomb's so hard to protect against because it's colourless source.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's spreading the love with that Sentinel's Eyes as well, I think, quite correctly. Just making sure that he's not going to get completely blown out by a Spellbomb. And he's choosing not to cash in the Spellbomb, interestingly.
Yeah.
Perhaps setting up...
May cash in on it.
Oh, by drawing a card.
Prophetic Prism.
Prophetic Prism, of course. I didn't see that.
Yeah, disguised.
The secret blue source.
Yeah.
And there's another Curious Obsession. It's got to surely be more and more tempting to bounce the Saram and prevent all these card draws.
I mean, he could have played the SRAM back anyway.
Yeah, that's true. It would have meant that...
And if he stacks up the token, he can bounce a token and then replay the SRAM next turn. So you can bounce a token, the token totally goes away, replay the Aether Spellbomb with the Emery, and then bounce the SRAM next turn, and he loses all of the enchantments.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment he's just trying to make everything able to swing through. So he's probably trying to tempt him to block with the Emery.
You just take 9.
I think I'd block with the Llanowar Elves here.
Yeah, I think you can block with the Llanowar Elves, but it means you can't cast the Paradox Engine next turn if that's your plan. I'm not sure whether the plan is to cast Paradox or Tamiyo. Maybe it's to play Tamiyo, hopefully get a land, and cast the Spellbomb from grave. Taking 5 isn't too bad here.
No, it's not the worst.
But
see, another reason to block with the Llanowar is to prevent this card draw. Now, I know it looks like he's got a lot of cards in the hand, but what you tend to find with this deck is you're not drawing 1-for-1 enchantments. So
he's opted not to play Saram and decided to discard a land. Very interesting.
And a gate? Is there a gate?
Potentially. I suppose it must be the thing he's going for. Does Joe play the Spellbomb? Or does Joe play the Tamiyo? Or does he hold up a bluff? The bluff isn't probably the worst line here.
It's looking bad for him.
Yeah, it's not looking amazing. But at least we got to see him attempt to go off in game 1. But unfortunately, the commentator's curse has come and affected Joe as well.
There's a negate in the sideboard, and there's also Dovin's Veto he might have brought in.
Yes.
Right.
So we'll see if that cashes in there.
Another card I've just spotted he's got is Dive Down. Dive Down would protect against the Spellbomb.
It would.
Yeah.
And there's the Dovin's Veto you mentioned.
Yeah.
But you can still cast from the grave an Aether Spellbomb, but that would mean you'd have to block. You wouldn't have anything to block with. So.
And you couldn't cash in the Spellbomb either, so it'd just be dead on board.
So very unfortunate for Joe here. I think he's going to probably have to battle through At least one lethal attacker. Oh,
Ooh.
Okay.
there's a lady who shows all that glitters is apparently selfless savior. So you have to block the 6/6 here.
Yeah. And then you're really looking at lethal next turn.
Yeah. So Joe has to really go off this turn, otherwise that's curtains, I think.
I'm not sure it's possible with this board state.
Especially not with the Grafdigger's Cage. That's
Oh.
GG.
The best historic card probably.
Quite
Grafdigger's
possibly.
Cage.
Is he going to cast the Tamio just anyway? No. Yes? No. Very unfortunate for Joe there. I think it was a bit unlucky to get screwed on the lands, but that's the danger of playing a combo deck, I suppose. You just have to hope that you get the land draw at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was more looking in game one when he did kind of go for it and didn't get there at all. Didn't manage to beat the life gain, I suppose.
That's true. That's true. I think we might be going for Dan Rose in the feature match area now.
Looks like
very
it.
shortly. We'll just have him with us, and I think here we go. Mid game, playing Uwu Control as he calls it, versus James's and Chris's favourite deck, Indomitable Creativity.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's the one I won't win, but against a pure control deck, it's not going to do very well a lot of the time, unfortunately.
I tell you what, though, it's not looking good for Dan Rose right now with no white mana untapped and 2 white spells in hand. But it's a Narset off.
Yep, going to see a cycled Shack Typhoon end of turn to finish off that Narset, though that's not going to work now.
It is one apiece.
I suppose the best shot that...
Going to Teferi bury the Terror.
Yeah, that's probably the best shot we've got.
Yeah.
Going to cost him 3 life, but...
Oh, it's costing him no life just because...
Oh, is it just spells?
Yes,
okay.
just spells. Sneaky text.
The Narset's gone. Yeah.
The lack of Narset might change things now for James, because I know they do rely on a little bit of card draw. But I think for now, they might just be going for casting a 2-drop to get a 1/1. There we go.
I mean, Teferi will slowly take over this game. The card is just insane.
Absolutely. And I think the fact that that Dan's going to be able to hold up 2 counter spells, that might just be a bit too much for James.
Oh.
Especially now that he's got Shark Typhoon as well.
Play the Shark Typhoon and...
Just going to play it safe, cast out the Sahili. I like that.
Yep. Probably untap the irrigated farmland and the field ruin, I suppose. Doesn't really matter which way around they go, I guess. Notably, it's 1/1, so it could go either way. Does Dan cash in Dylan's veto? It looks like he does.
I think I would.
He's letting it resolve.
I do actually like that. And also,
sorry, I think we lost
you've
you
got
there.
insurance.
Do you mind repeating that?
I do like letting it resolve because you can kill it with both Shark Typhoons.
Yes. That's...
And that way you're keeping up a counter spell, because that 4 mana you'll have been aware of. You could have creativity for 1 or done something else with that. Oh no! This is quite strange.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going for the safest possible route, protecting his planeswalkers, because I think he's seeing that as the way to win the game.
Yeah. Decided not that killing opponent's Narset next turn is not important,
and deciding that tapping out might not be his favoured method, but he's going for it, and that's another absorb and another Doran's veto.
Wow.
Obviously, Teferi's tick up is not going to draw him a card.
True, but it is going to untap 2 lands. So maybe he cashes in a Field of Ruin, maybe not. That's interesting. Do you cash in a Field of Ruin or maybe a Castle Vantress here?
I don't think so.
No, there's no major need.
The Field Ruin is free, and it does fix your mana for a white.
This is going to be not good. He's going to float the mana, make a 3/3 shark.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Going to be real bad for him.
I suppose he's feeling relatively safe because of the Seal Away in hand.
Maybe try and get him overconfident with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It
Seal
could
Away
work.
is revealed.
He's got plenty of answers, and he'll win the answer fight.
Making a 3/3 shark here and drawing a card still. It's going to be tough for James to fight through this.
Mm-hmm.
See the truth, no one's really bothered about that, but James is digging for answers. And gets around Narset quite nicely.
It does. It's one of those things about Magic, isn't it? That just kind of the phrasing on the cards just means so much.
It really does.
Yeah.
I've never really played a game where it matters to that extent. There's a difference between putting a card in your hand and drawing a card.
Does James opt to attack? It looks like he's going for it.
This has worked exactly in the way Dan hoped it would.
You've got to think that James is hoping to start a counter war here, and that's not ideal. Oh, there is no counter war. Tails End.
Oh,
Ooh, cheeky.
Very cheeky, but not cheeky enough. Unless there's another one. Nope, doesn't look like it.
No.
Very unfortunate for James here. They've really quite struggled.
That Flash Enchantment being David Gray's most favourite card in Magic.
I can see why.
Seal Away.
Yeah.
Just.
Do you get it?
I don't, sadly.
You don't get it. Oh, I'm not going to sing, but seal away with me, honey.
Oh, seal away. Yeah.
Same as Enya.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sam does not get it. No, I do not, David. I do not, David. But putting another Dovin's Veto on top, that's pretty good for Dan Rose. I suppose we're just going for a Teferi win here.
Yeah, hard ways.
Hard ways.
I mean, isn't that just the way that blue-white control wins usually?
A castle,
Thunderous?
the White Castle. What's that called?
Oh, yeah.
Ardenvale.
Castle Ardvale?
Ardville, yeah. Yeah, that would be real good.
It
Oh,
would
he's
be.
just sending Narset away. Okay.
That's one way to get it done.
Yeah. Okay.
He's
I
choosing
like
to
it.
neutralise now rather than after this resolves, interestingly.
For a Tail's End, maybe.
For Tail's End, maybe, yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
He's put an Absorb to the bottom as Dan Rose as well, I suppose, leaning heavily on these Dovin's Vetoes. The only thing that I suppose he has to worry about from James is their at Terror of the Peaks.
Takes the land.
Just making sure.
What is James' out here?
I think the best chance he's got is just Terror of the Peaks, and hope for the best. But that's, as we know, that's not going to be enough. Because Indomitable, Creativity, Narset, none of those are making it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see any outs at this point.
Yeah, it's just the slow grind to death here.
But
I suppose James
I
could...
suppose they don't necessarily know that there's absolutely no outs. They don't know what's in the hand. They've probably got a strong suspicion that there's
Not
nothing
to
they
mention,
can do in
though,
this
a
fight.
7/7 shark isn't terrible.
Dead in 3.
Now, sure, there's a Settle the Wreckage in hand. How big can Dan Rose make his shark is the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Same.
Can make equally a 7, but I think he's just going for that Settle the Wreckage, protect the Teferi.
Is there a counter?
I think even if there is a counter, this isn't going to go ideally for James here. Dovin's Veto is uncounterable, but Settle the Wreckage is still counterable. But not another one in hand by the looks.
Yeah, it's only counterable if you have counter.
It is indeed. Now, when Narset's coming down, he's using Absorb. I was going to say using Dovin's Veto. I think that's correct there. Saving the Absorb in case James opts to play a creature.
Oh.
Oh, and he's playing Shark Typhoon. Hard
Here we
way.
go.
All barrels.
This is looking more and more
Which day in full stroke?
disdainful stroke. This is looking more and more like a steamroll here.
Yeah, that's just seal the deal. Eventually getting the Shark Typhoon down on the battlefield.
The issue is like happens so often is the counter wars have gone Dan's way.
Yeah, which is to be expected given that Dan is a hard control deck versus James, who is on.
There we go.
And that's all she wrote. Unfortunate for James, he had a fantastic start with the draft, but it's not quite gone his way in the constructed portion.
He should be able to make top 4, I think. Depends on how everything else is broken down.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Did Dan win round 4?
Dan, I do not know if Dan won round 4 actually.
He was the one that was which didn't report.
Yes. So given that he was playing James, I would assume not, because then top plays bottom. But we'll see. So fantastic game so far. We're getting a good a good look at all the different decks in the formats. We've seen 2 combo decks. We've seen 3 combo decks, I suppose, if you count cycling, and we've seen a control deck, and we've seen the Auras deck.
Well, this is the final round coming up, right?
Final of the Swiss, yeah.
Final of the Swiss.
Yeah. So this is we'll be able to see who's got the locks already. We'll be able to see who's got winning ins. We'll be able to see whether tiebreakers matter. It's very exciting.
Absolutely.
The last round of Swiss is always the biggest player.
Absolutely. I suppose while we've got a minute, have you guys got any thoughts coming up on Kaldheim or anything that's currently being spoiled?
We've seen Kaya's in it. We know it's got some kind of Viking theme.
Always like to see Kaya.
Yeah.
Double-faced model cards.
Well,
Yeah.
do you want a screen share for the next round?
Yeah, Alfie, you're just live on the stream right now, just so you know.
All right.
I suppose if you want, you can tell us how's it been going on the draft for you.
How the draft went. The draft went fairly well. I noticed in the first pack that green was pretty open. So I got like a 4th pick Sapling Migration and an 8th pick Landwehr Elves. I was like, green seems pretty open here. And then pack 2, I wasn't sure if I was going to what I was playing with green. And then pack 2, I got a pick 4 Tatiova. So I was like, I'm pretty solidly into blue-green there. I think I already picked up a Blink of an Eye as well, so...
Yeah. Well...
Ended up going pretty well.
That's gone pretty well so far. So what deck are you on today, Alfie?
I'm playing Sultai.
Is that the 4-colour
The list
Sultai?
off LSV, so...
Yes.
Hope it's good.
Right, I'm just going to pop you on mute, Alfie, for when, if you don't mind deafening yourself, we'll get the games underway when you're ready.
Yep, sure. Do you want me to share my screen now?
Yes, please. Right, folks. So, we've just heard from Alfie there. I think, have I got his deck ready there? I don't think I've got his deck ready to queue up to give us a preview, but it's all right. We'll just hop straight into the games when Alfie's ready, and I think he's just about getting there.
Just taking a look at standings there, it's pretty much all to play for everybody but Gareth.
Absolutely.
Can you guess who I've got in the pool?
Is it
Gareth?
It is Gareth. It is Gareth. He's let me down today. I'll have to have words.
Terribly sorry to hear, but I suppose it could be worse.
Only 1 lock so far, so it is all to play for everybody.
All to play for everyone, indeed. I suppose I should get our names off the screen. I'm slacking.
We'll forgive you
this time. But here we go. Into round 6. All to play for, as Lewis said. And if you're playing the 4-colour hand, I was going to say that didn't look too bad. He snap mulliganed it.
3-colour, I think.
4-colour if you count the pig.
Sultai.
Is he not playing the pig?
No, this is straight Sultai.
Straight
pig
Sultai.
Pig was Gareth.
Yeah.
So this is going to be your classic Durdle Fest. You've got your Sultai mid-range versus Blue-White Control. It doesn't get much grindier than this.
It's your Jund deck of the format, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just to note that once once everything's been decided, we will be going into knockout rounds for the finals. So that'll be interesting. I think Alfie's probably going to be fetching a black sauce here.
There's an argument for both, of course. You could grow spiral.
True.
But yeah, just going for that Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty standard card to take.
Yeah, looks like playing that land.
Not a lot of action in Dan Rose's hand.
No, but I mean, not a huge amount going on this side of the field either, though, is there really?
Nope.
Just cycling and hoping for a land. It's obviously going to benefit Dan Rose in the long term, I think, if you're missing the drops. Probably not the best matchup for Alfie here.
Maybe not the best, but you know, his deck's the most proactive. You know, it asks the questions and it's resilient. If a Nissa resolves, it's a complete nightmare for them. Crisis can't be answered cleanly. You know,
between Crisis and Shark Typhoon, I think there's a lot of threats that can't be countered.
That's true.
Or can't be countered nicely.
Yeah.
Narset perhaps not the most effective against Alfie, just because he can cast Growth Spirals on the opponent's turn, but
it does slow him down, and also means the Crisis is less down.
True.
And it draws down cards.
Yes, that's true.
It's a divination for divination's mana with so much more.
Divination Plus is always good.
Yeah.
It looks like Dan's choosing to counter this Thoughtseize.
Okay, wants to keep hold of that Teferi.
Must be.
And that Teferi is going to really start to take over the game. This Growth Spiral needs to find a land and then another land.
Yeah, it really does. Otherwise, that's going to be curtains for Alfie, I think. And landing that Teferi is really crucial. There's no real answer on Alfie's side of the field for it. He's going to have to Growth Spiral into land and then draw another land for Anissa just to keep up.
Yeah.
And I don't think he can do it because there might be a...
No, miss land there as well.
Missing that land drop.
Yeah, tap land as well.
Yeah. And this highlights the importance of these decks. You have to hit your land drops.
Absolutely.
One thing Dan Rose is good with in his control decks is he realizes the importance of drawing lands, and you'll see him scry lands to the top all the time. When you think he can get away with less lands, he just always hits those land drops.
Well, here's an interesting statistic for you. Alfie has 28 lands in his deck, and Dan Shipley, who's playing the Yorion Cycling deck, is only playing 29.
Wow. Now,
cycling will play a factor in that, obviously.
And not to mention as well, there's probably some double-faced cards, are there?
Yeah, possibly. There's no double-faced cards in Alfie's deck.
Oh, right.
I don't think there's any in the cycling deck either.
Ah, well, I'm talking nonsense.
But yeah, for 80 card deck to just have the one more land is showing you what it's all about, I think.
Absolutely.
Essentially, this game is now locked up.
It's not looking great for our fella here. But
the kind of 1-2 combo of he loves to hardcast those Shack Typhoons. It's so demoralizing.
I mean, is there anything that you can do when you're facing down a Shark Typhoon like that? It just feels so brutal. I suppose does Alfie try and cast a Hydro Crisis, bait out a counter spell?
The issue you have is even if it resolves, it's not drawing you any cards, and Teferi can just send it home.
Yeah,
it's like the 1-2 soft lock punch of Narset and Teferi on the board.
He's paying 2 life, interestingly.
For the Crisis, I assume?
Playing
for the second row.
Yeah. Just getting the counter spells out of Dan's hand, I suppose it's the best thing you can do.
And he can probably cast it again next turn anyway.
Probably. I think that's enough for Alfie.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah.
he's thinking of our viewers who don't want to watch the grind fest from our side of things.
And clock could become a consideration if these next two go grindy. He has to win 2 games to win this match, so I can see why he's done that.
I think he benefits quite a lot from the sideboard here. Things like Fatal Push. Fatal Push deals with sharks, but not very much else.
Yeah. Eliminate is a lot stronger than you might think to kill an acid.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I think that's
really, really nice card. Do you think Dan Rose will benefit much from sideboarding here?
I think if anything, he just gets rid of some of the cards that are just nothing in the match.
The big thing for Dan Rose is bringing in Ether Gust, and that's a big deal to control the early threats that Alfie may have that's going to cause him some difficulty. Growth Spiral obviously being the one advantage he does have over him, and if he can stop like a turn 4 Nissa or something, that's gonna help.
Yeah, so he's got Vetoes, Baffling End, Mystical Disputes, Disdainful Stroke, 2 more Narsets, Timely Reinforcement, Seal Away, Set the Wreckage Nest and Scatter in the side. So
yeah, it looks like he's still thinking about maybe putting in an Elder Galgaroth. I don't know if it's.
I mean, it's a nice card, but against versus your control matchups, it's probably not the best. Doesn't have an ETB. Has to attack or block. Probably this is just a more resilient threat.
Not a bad start in hand. At least he's got his lands this time.
I actually do like Scavenger News being brought in. Curve. It's great at stopping Search for Scanner going off as well.
Looks like it's going a lot better for Alfie this time than last time.
Main phases as well to dodge a potential counterspell.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes absolutely total sense.
There's your Search for Scanner.
And it's just going through the motions now, isn't it? Play that Fabled Passage, play that Scavenging Ooze, get underneath.
Not choosing to play the Growth Spiral. I suppose kind of bait out the Growth Spiral this turn, so then get the...
Yeah.
There we go. If Alfie can make Dan tap out, that's a big crisis coming down.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Does he tempt with the Narset? I think he's tempting a Seal Away there on the Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah. I mean, he says big Chris coming down, but, if he tapped out, he could have got the Shark Typhoon down as well.
That's true.
I mean, 4/4 draw 2. Even if it doesn't resolve, that's great.
Yeah.
There's a negate. That's going to be...
Yeah.
2 Narsets as well.
So, next turn, Narset holding the gate. He's got the blue for it, so why not?
Could well be the Mirror Breaker right there.
No Wrath.
No Wrath.
Could be a settle, but it's not going to work if he doesn't want it
Not
to.
this time. I think he was thinking about maybe cashing in and eating a creature, but sadly, no creatures in this matchup for him to eat.
Nope.
Gonna maybe... Oh, is he going to go for a Narset? I think
I'd go for a Narset. I think I would wait on the negate, though. Like, if he tries to counter the Narset, I think I'd wait on the negate, and then if there's a board right next turn, you can negate that.
How about go for an EOT Shark Typhoon for 5?
That's a consideration as well.
Because that's lethal if it doesn't wipe, and if he does wipe, then he's still gonna be dead in 2.
Yeah, it looks like Alfie is seeing exactly that line, but now do you counter the cast out? Doesn't look like he's going to.
No.
Doesn't need to, I suppose.
Yeah, counting the cards, 2 cards, fine, no problem. Okay. Mills, Field of Ruin.
There's a Field of Ruin.
Here we go.
One big boy. 5/5 flyer.
Got the counter up for a negate.
Does negate up. I think Alfie maybe needs another counter spell just to be sure.
3 Nassets. You've got your choice.
Indeed. I might have been tempted to play a Nasset pre-combat there.
Yeah, I may have done too.
That seems fine with the Shark Typhoon coming through there.
Yeah. So, does he block the Scoos? Or does he block the Shark?
You've got to eat the Scoos here.
Yeah, I think so. So now Narset resolves. And suddenly, it doesn't look like Dan will be able to really come back from this. He's going to really struggle. Thought seats for insurance as well, if he wants it.
Or just the Nissa there.
Yeah, just going for the bomb instead. I think that's probably...
Yeah, because you can Nissa and hold up the...
Yeah.
Holding up Breeding
Negate.
Pool, meaning that you got
Yeah.
the mana off of the Nissa.
Really nice line.
Oh, apparently I'm a bit quiet there. There we go. I fixed that.
The old school tech of just moving closer to the microphone.
Oh,
Just-
very much.
Just stretching Dan's resources in a way that he's dead to so many things. He's dead to the 2/2/3/3s on the ground. It's just so bad for him.
Yeah, normally you'd
And
want...
with the negate in hand as well.
Yeah, normally you'd want to be you'd want to be in the sort of position Dan's in with the creature on board, with a full grip of cards, but he's just facing down far too much.
Okay, he's
I'm expecting a board wipe here.
Must be. He's not taking it. It must be Settle the Wreckage.
yeah.
And he's baiting with an Narset, I assume.
So many times when you're on a turn to double negate, it's over. So many times when you're on a turn like this, one of your spells gets countered, you win the game. Because there's only so many things that could happen. There we go.
Yeah.
So, 1-1.
1-1. Does anyone make any more changes? I suppose Alfie's probably feeling not too bad after that.
Yeah. Being on the draw might change something a little bit, but what does he go for, really? That's the thing.
To be fair, Alfie's sideboard isn't one that really does much against control. I think he just sticks to his main deck plan. But between Thoughtseize and the gates that come in,
It's true.
and his resilient threats, he just tries to ride those. Dan Rose's deck will be the one that changes a little bit more.
Here we go. Final game before the knockout stages. Not looking like too bad of a start.
Seems like a solid hand, yeah.
Tomb Tapped is a good start.
And Scoos as well.
Do you Scoos on 2 or do you Spiral on 2?
You spiral on 2, then Scoos and spiral.
Yeah.
Like the sound of that?
Notice there, he doesn't main phase the spiral because the blue mana's up.
Yeah.
Um,
Can now, though.
I think he's probably going to do it on the opponent's turn just to bait out a counter spell.
stretch it out, yeah.
And here we go. Does he choose to counter the growth spiral? I don't think Dan wants to be untapped on Alfie's turn, though. Oh, he's doing
Does
it.
it?
So that means that a Scoos will resolve.
As well as the second spiral as well, yeah.
Interestingly, we've not seen any mystical disputes floating around, which normally we saw quite a lot of not too long ago.
It's very interesting, yeah. And there's a lot of blue based decks in the tournament, so
probably would have been the best card of the day.
Maybe people thought that they were going to face different decks than what's turned up.
I think I remember Luke saying that if there's one deck that I did not expect to see today, it was Jund Sacrifice, and I do believe one of our players today is on Jund Sacrifice.
Really?
Yeah. But it doesn't seem to have mattered. He's climbed up the ranks.
Yeah, I think I agree there.
And here's a shark on 3. Is this going to be too much for Dan to handle? Just threat after threat. Probably going to play a Thought Seize just to make sure the coast is clear.
You don't want to get cellar wreckaged.
No, absolutely not.
Definitely not.
And Alfie will be all too wary of this. There's the veto. That more or less confirms that there's a settle in hand, but it means that Alfie's got a free attack this turn. Does he play the Oro? I assume so. Or you can hold up the shark.
Seal.
There lies the problem as well, though, that Dan Rose, unfortunately, the best counter spell available to anybody is Thoughtseize.
Yes. I mean, 1 black count remove any problem just is a bit too strong, isn't it? For
Yeah. And now he could settle the wreckage. Does he have the cards in the bin for Uro here?
I don't. Oh, it does. 5 in the bin at the moment.
1 shy.
But if he cycles Shark Typhoon, that's enough. You don't get anything out of it, but Danrose, interestingly, only has 2 white mana open, so it's not looking peachy keen.
No.
I think he's just Alfie's just playing it nice and slow, not worrying too much.
You can just cycle the Triome and play Uro.
You could. I think he's thinking about it. No, he's going for more mana, making a bigger Hydroid Crisis. Maybe even playing that Shark Typhoon just as is, but it's not as good as
wait until Narset dies to get maximum value.
Yes.
There we go. So Wrath of God and then cycle to get a big shark.
Yeah, that's well played around there for Alfie if he does indeed cycle the Shark Typhoon.
Cycle or shark?
It has been a few hours now. Cycle.
Another tribute to Sean Connery Owen.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, big mana here.
Get that man, Connery, says David. Absolutely. It's looking better and better. Alfie, interestingly, opting to attack Narset, I suppose just get rid of it, make sure that you can play a big Crisis.
Well, the big Crisis is going to draw 4 cards. 3 cards? Is it 8 mana? Yeah, 3 cards.
Yes, 3 cards, because it's going to be X's 7 if he chooses.
Just going for Uro.
Yeah,
I quite like Uro here.
Yep. Well, that's lethal as well. So,
and obviously, if it gets countered, you can just cast it again later. He's got the growth spell in hand to throw in the bin as well.
Interesting that Alfie's taken his time. He could have played things a little bit earlier, but he's getting maximum value out of all of his cards here.
Absolutely. He might even play Hydro Crisis as well, though that does seem...
I can't see that happening just because of how patient he's been.
True, especially now that he's probably bluffing a counterspell here, which obviously maybe isn't necessary, but... Because if I'm Dan Rose at this point, my opponent has 2 cards in hand, I've just got to get him to use them.
It's so bad for Dan Rose, though, because he's got no card value generation. Like, he's just fallen behind. He's got 4 cards in hand. He needs to spend 1 to stay alive, so settle the wreckage here.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's still equal on cards.
Absolutely.
And that's before one of these crises comes down, so he's getting dragged around.
And the fact
I might be tempted to play a Shark Typhoon here while shields are down.
I don't think we play it out as an enchantment, only because I don't think he quite gets the value out of it. It's probably better just to play
it's a huge amount of non-creatures in the deck, I suppose.
Yeah.
So
he's just
cast a maximum Hydroid Crisis.
Yeah, X's 8 Hydroid Crisis, draw 4, gain 4. It's looking out of sight now, but
can Passage and Thoughtseize 2? Oh, no, he doesn't have the swamp in his deck anymore.
Yeah.
It does not have... Yeah, he took his swamp.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's bluffing it. It's You know what? Fable Passage does make a rather nice 3/3 with a Narset. I will say that much. No obligation. You get around some tricky target spells.
Crisis. Well, it doesn't have to send Crisis home, but he's going to.
Yeah, I think just keeping things as defensive as possible. But that's actually going to mean that Narset is good enough to eliminate its fairy. Not with 2 counterspells in hand, though. And there we go,
sends
Gust. But that just means that...
Still just going to be able to play Nasset.
Yep.
I'll roll there and replay it straight away.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Wow.
He doesn't have
Game
enough
is
mana.
over.
He does, I think.
Not to play Nissa. He's forgotten that he hasn't got any basics left.
No, he
he's
has
got
one
one.
basic. He just
He's
never swamp. Yeah.
Oh, right. I was sure he'd taken all 3.
No.
I can't keep track of how many basics is in his deck. What's going on?
Yeah. This is the big advantage of modern day Sultai, is that it comes from so many different axes that it's really hard to deal with.
Important calls. He's been asked to go commentate on the next GP in 2025.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. He's the new Riley Knight. You heard it here first, guys. He's got 3 years to grow a nice mustache, and then he's in.
I think it'll take him that long to grow on as well.
Exactly.
Can't help it when the landline goes off, can you, folks?
Yeah, David there just said, well played by Alfie there. Yep, very well played. He took his time on that one. He didn't miss drawing a single card.
It's true.
And he was very patient, and it's paying off.
Yeah.
Just a dominant board state.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to matter for Dan Rose. He's just not really been able to find anything to get out from under it. He's played Wrath after Wrath, and it's just not been enough. Alfie's played very well.
Mm-hmm. The problem what you have with classical control decks is they don't have the solutions they need to deal with things coming from different angles. You against an aggro deck, like if it was against let's get started. You've got this instant speed of the Shark Typhoons, you've got the card generation of Krasis that you can't deal with. You've got Planeswalkers, there's so much going on that just counter board wipe is no longer good enough.
Absolutely.
And does that come from like the modern card design, the fire philosophy, and kind of the mid-range cards just doing everything? Do you think?
Yeah. Just like it's really rough on a conventional strategy.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of time now. I don't know if Dan has another Settle the Wreckage in his deck, and even if he does, there's a negate right there just waiting.
And a disdainful stroke.
And a disdainful.
So this is going to catapult Alfie into a locked top 4, and this will eliminate Dan.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunate for Dan, but does give Alfie a really good seeding as well. As Cantor is the only hope, but even then, it would have to be 2 massive spells. In fact, 2 massive spells. And CLA is just not good enough.
No, it's not. And that's I think.
Just waiting for formalities.
I believe we're going to Dan Shipley next. Is that right?
Absolutely. Well, once everything's confirmed, we will get the ball rolling. And there we go, all confirmed, all squared away. We don't have Shipley quite in the chat just yet, but
he's just jumped in.
He's just jumped in. There we go. Let's see if we can swap over our streams now. And here we go.
Yeah, so he's against the Auras deck. Quite high life totals. We're 1-0 to the Auras currently, and they've got quite a good board here.
Yep, it's a free roll for him anyways. He seems to be a lock already, so thankfully, even though the board state looks terrible for him, he should already be in the top 4.
Yeah. Only one Saturn deck in the bin as well, which is not where he wants to be.
Dropping into yet another steamroll.
Yeah. I think this is going to be watch for 2 seconds and then it's done. By the looks of things.
I think there's going to be a couple of turns, but not too many. I suppose Shipley might have something.
He's still got 4 mana. He's still got 4 mana open, and
1 enchantment off lethal.
Yeah.
And there it
is.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's a flying blocker coming down. Shipley could. He's going to make how many flying blockers? Is it Drakehaven costs 2? So Lonely Sandbar makes 1.
One. No, 1.
1.
Yeah.
So Lonely Sandbar makes 1 and Shark Typhoon makes 2 blockers.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Shark Typhoon, if you wanted to use them both,
yeah,
you just get 2 Drakes.
2 Drakes. Okay.
You wouldn't get one off Shark Typhoon.
Yes, because you have to pay the 1 for the Drakehaven and 2 for the Shark Typhoon, of course. That gets the Niflare going.
Does it?
In that he's got 3 damage on it. It just gives him. It's not enough, but it's something. Oh, he's making 2 dudes this way. I see. That's another way to go.
Yeah. Saving the extra blocker for later.
Yes. Sarcophagus. Will that be enough? It doesn't look like it.
Will it be single or double block though?
I assume single. Just to give.
No, as in a blocking 2.
Yes.
Will they?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Will it be? It'll just block the Ornithopter, give him as best a chance as possible to block 2 things next turn, and hopefully avoid an Alpha Strike. But then again, Alseed means that whatever that Luke wants is going to get through.
Exactly.
However, giving protection from blue interestingly does make the enchantments fall off, so that is relevant. There's a Triumph. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
It would make all the enchantments fall off.
Yeah, because if you give protection from blue, then the Curious Obsessions and the Staggering Insight, is it called, falls off of anything that's got 1 on.
Yeah, and Arcane Flight.
And Arcane Flight.
Arcane Flight.
From the course.
I have a question, and that is, what does Yorion blink in this list that you want to blink?
That's a good question. I think he might just be playing it for reset-y value, but I don't really know.
Is it an 80-card deck just as a flex?
I think
that's my question to you.
It might be just.
I suspect it is.
It might be just because it's 1 extra card in hand, right? Just 3 mana, put a card in your hand. That's what it is. Chipley must.
But it doesn't have cycling.
It's true. It must just have enough value in all these cycling cards in his mind that this is good enough, and then having that Yorion just gives him that extra backup in case the plan doesn't work. But I suppose if you're at that stage, you're already quite far behind.
Don't get me wrong. If that was a 20 mana one that had cycling 2, I would play it in this deck.
I think that's reasonable.
As a commander, as a companion.
Yeah. I do not hate that line at all.
Okay. Stays alive again.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think, do you single block or double block here?
Do you think you do the same again?
I think it's single, because he's got another flyer, which is potentially going to be coming through next turn.
I think the real issue.
So you probably want doubles next.
Yeah, the real issue for Shipley right now is the best plan he's got is Zenith Flare, and there's just no real way to get through because of all the lifelink.
Exactly. Yeah. This life gain is I mean, they're going to be on 44. Yeah. What's your game plan?
Well, with the baffling end coming down, not a whole lot. That's pretty much game, I think. You'd have to draw another cycling card, and even then, you're just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we're going to start the next round, Alfie versus James, just to give a little spoiler for what's to come.
Okay.
But after this match, there'll be a 10-minute break.
Great. Get some stand-ins, hopefully.
Absolutely. Get a little standing in, but that'll be generated after the break, I think, just to give everyone time to put everything together. And that's another staggering insight on a core Spirit Dancer. There's just nothing that you can do here, is there?
There is a small thing you could do, and hope that he decks himself.
That is true.
Have you given us a spoiler there of top 4?
It's a spoiler as to 2 people that are in the top 4. Possibly who's first and second. First and fourth, sorry. because top plays
Indeed.
bottom, second plays third.
So does that mean that this is going to be a rematch?
Oh, what's going on here?
Ooh. He's gonna just give protection, and only the blue things fall off.
I only want blue enchantment on it.
Yep.
That's
So that's enough, isn't it? Just 12 unreally blockable. I think just go through the
Go for
motions.
Zenith Flare though.
Oh, Zenith Flare, yeah. Zenith Flare does deal 5, gets him to 12. He needs a bit more. He needs another cycle.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, not enough mana.
Yeah.
That's it.
This is done.
Good game. Here we go. I suppose there was the possibility he could have Zenith Flared a Core Spirit Dancer just to give him half a chance, but even then, there's a miscast.
Oh,
Miscast. We were just talking about miscast.
I literally yesterday said people were hyping up miscast and new spell pierce. How's that gone? And it's just one Luca game. So egg on my face. There we go, though, folks. That is.
Oh yeah, the miscast won the game there.
Miscast won the game, not everything else.
Slowly down to the miscast.
Not anything else. No. But yes, okay, folks. Thank you so much for joining us today. We will be coming back after the break with our finals, and we'll tell you the standings. So well played to all our competitors, well played to Alfie, and well played to Luke, who have won the games we just saw there. Any thoughts, guys?
Well, it looks like we've got our top 4.
Oh, does it?
And I have to say, there's some strong horses left in the race and some good decks. Who will rise to the top? I don't know.
It's hard to say, isn't it? We've got Alfie, James, Daniel Shipley, and Jared all left in the top 4. I'll show you the standings when we come back, but for now, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll see you all very shortly. Okay, 1 second. Shoot, I've lost it.
Here we are in the top 4. We've got Shipley against Alfie. Looks like Alfie's doing a bit of mulligan in here. A bit of a... Well, it's not quite a control off, is it? But, oh no, because Alfie's on the Sultai deck, isn't he? How do you think these decks will pair up against each other?
Well, it's interesting because they don't really... Thoughtseize is going to be important, I think. And the cycling deck is just going to try and go off with probably a Zenith too. But it's going to be interesting to see how they both navigate it. It's not your conventional matchup.
I think game 1's going to be a lot different to games 2 and 3 because Alfie will be able to bring the Scoozers. And I think those are going to be a key card for him to bring in.
Yeah. If he finds those Scoozers, then it's going to turn the Zenith Flares effectively off.
Yeah. I think having Sensor up is not going to be quite enough to see a Felt push off if Alfie has one in hand, though.
That's one of the absolute beauties of Flourishing Fox, though, is it never loses 10. Like, there you go. 1 mana for 1 mana, card for card.
Interestingly, Shipley opting to censor the Fatal Push.
Because it's a fatal passage on the other side of the field.
Ah, that's why. See, I can't read.
Go.
Yeah.
That's been my key issue. That's why I've never been successful in Magic, and I'm moving to cover.
That's why the cards have got pictures.
It's always the Fabled Passage as well.
Always the Fabled Passage. Never any other card. It's just the Fabled Passage. It's just a bad Evolving Wilds, right?
Nope.
Or a good Evolving Wilds.
It's an expensive Evolving Wilds.
Very much.
I'd be interested to see if they're going to try and make it evergreen in Standard now.
That would be interesting to see.
You know, with the reprint that they had in Core 21 for no, apparent reason.
It does.
Other than to bring the price down on an expensive card, which is what reprints are for, but it felt like a strange position to put it in when it's not going to make it go to Standard any longer.
Yeah, just a part of the same rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it was just, like you say, to keep the price down. But anyway, there's another Fatal Push. And that's going to definitely finish off the Fox now. But it does mean that the bin is full of one more cycle card.
You really like to do the cycle checking.
I do. I really do. I like to make sure it's as full as possible. But Scooz, like you say, is going to be key in the matchup, eating up that Fox. Oh, and he's cashing in the Obstructionist as well.
Oh, yeah. Stop the cycle.
Is he going to stop the token or the cycle? He's stopping the cycle.
There's no token. No token, it's a 0.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to click the right one.
Yeah. This is turning out to be quite an interesting hand.
Isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that approach is interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Could just hardcast a boon if you wanted.
Oh.
Yeah, stuck a man on the other side.
I'm liking this. He's got Torrential Gale Hulk up.
I fancy hardcasted boon, but then Torrential. What's Torrential got to hit?
It's true.
Yeah.
Torrential's got literally just got Sensor, I think.
Yeah. Still, probably cast it just as a 5/6.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
Renewed Faith, just gain 6. Why not?
3/6.
No.
Not today.
Going to approach? I would completely approach.
Definitely approach,
Gets
yeah.
the first
And then
casting.
boon next turn.
Boon next turn. Oh, baby. It's all going down.
Oh, you can
He
see,
knows.
You can
He
see him
flexed
thinking about
it. He flexed
it.
That's why we like watching Shipley. He knows how to flex at just the right time.
Well. A lot of cycling going on here.
Yeah.
And can protect the approach from Thoughtseize.
Absolutely. He's perfectly happy to let this resolve.
Oh, no.
2 cycles here. I think. Oh, that's it. That's game.
That's it. It is.
Oh, he's seen it as
He
well.
sees the line.
Nice quick game one there.
What a start. Lightning fast from the slowest deck in the format.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Shipley to make sure his opponent doesn't get his lands.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it choked him off it, and
Yeah.
Which made it a non-game. So, yep. Nice cycle of the Obstructionist.
Yeah, I think that was... You don't get to see that doing very often, but it is quite nice when you see it.
Very much. opting to put in Forsake the Worldly here.
Thoughts on Dream Trawler?
Thoughts on Dream Trawler? Oh,
Tell me what you think.
it's a
I
decent.
think it was really
threat.
annoying that it's limited. But
I think the fact that it has the hexproof thing against a mid-range deck is
Yeah.
not irrelevant, and the fact that you can make it a very sizable life gain creature against a creature deck is also quite relevant. It's just
Yeah.
that you've got the Hydroid Crisis to worry about. If a Hydroid Crisis lands and sticks around, he's not going to be able to get through
It's
one.
a bigger boy.
Mhm.
Yeah. Which is... Oh,
Interesting start. Does he keep it?
it's
I think he does. You can cycle the only sandbar.
that sandbar kind of makes it close. But... Okay.
He's going to go Fox Cycle maybe? No, Fox Cycle.
Interesting to send the sandbar back, but obviously wants to actually play the land.
Yeah.
I suppose he's paying 2 life because he's not quite as worried about his life total against the Orzhov deck.
It matters, but not that much.
Bye-bye Shout. Ooh, bye-bye Countervailing Winds, I suppose.
Yeah.
And here we go. What do you do here? Do you Hieroglyphic or... and
No, just cycling there.
there we go.
Getting the beats in.
I maybe would have cycled first before choosing the...
Yeah, I definitely would have.
Just in case.
Thoughtseize. Which, I mean, these Thoughtseize might be hurting Alfie more than they're helping him.
Yeah, quite possibly. Oh, another one.
Oh.
Having said that, there's no double blue, but now he's got
Okay,
Hieroglyph. So,
Yeah, I mean, I would cycle here, maybe cycle again,
oh, he's thinking about
and
not.
just send him to 8.
Again, he's opted to play the land before he cycled, but that's fine. He's got a
Okay,
boon. That's a good one to find.
And then
a
he's got
land.
another blue there.
He'll have the counter spell up next turn, but if Alfie finds a fatal push right now, that's it. I think that's game over.
Nope.
Nothing
yet.
yet.
Oh.
I don't think you
Just-
risk it. I think you just hold up the.
I
Yeah,
think I'd play
definitely.
I would just play Rescuer. I would just play Rescuer.
There we go.
And that's GG. Oh my goodness, so quick.
That's it. That's the match.
That's what
And
Dan's known for.
lightning fast. He's in the finals.
In the finals already. Unfortunate for the opponent there. Poor Alfie. But he fought
He's
so hard to
played
get
very
there.
well. He's played very well. Very impressed with him on both sides of both the draft and the historic.
Very much. Now, unfortunately, folks, we are not actually able to watch James and Luke face off because neither of them are able to stream. So you'll just have to deal with our beautiful faces for the time being. But it's been an exciting day of Magic, hasn't it, fellas?
Yeah.
Very much so.
Yeah, we've had some really good decks. A nice variety, and they didn't know what each other were playing, so it's nice to look back at Dominaria drafts. It is, like I said yesterday, a classic for a reason.
Absolutely. Any highlights so far?
For me, I'm going to choose the turn 4-5 win that we saw from Joe.
Yeah.
And what else?
I think. Yeah, I was going to say. I think some of the draft rounds, the ones that kind of, I think it was Jared's matches. Jared's match that we watched at the end. The 3 matches together were quite interesting to watch.
Indeed. I suppose while we've got a bit of time, we might as well do a bit of shilling. So, how about Chris? We start with you. Where are you? What do you normally do with your spare time, magic-wise?
Yeah, so during lockdown, started a channel on YouTube, Pass Left Drafts, focusing on draft content. Try different bits and pieces out. We've done some commentated pod drafts in the past, where we got to practice these commentary muscles. You joined me for the last round that we did, but I also do a few draft videos, board type things, and just kind of finding my feet at the moment, seeing what people like, seeing what I like to do, and seeing what works for the channel.
And Lewis, how about yourself? What do you get up to with your magic?
Well, I'm not getting up to too much at the moment, to be honest. Generally, I obviously run Gathering Point Games in Dalton. LGS focusing on Magic. When I'm not doing that, I stream at Table Leg 23, some Arena mostly, try and grind to Mythic generally, and complain about things. Yeah, that's it.
We like a good little complaint though. Best place.
And what about you, Sam?
What about me? Oh, it's funny you should ask.
Yeah, do you?
What were you going to ask this?
No. Yeah, do you do anything in your spare time?
Well, yes, I stream over at Crash and Basham on Twitch. You can also follow me on Twitter, Crash and Basham _. I just muck about on Twitter really. I don't do much exciting stuff, but on the Twitch we're playing a bit of a Pokemon Nuzlocke at the moment. If you fancy a little break from Magic, we try and do that once a week, Saturdays at 2 p.m. But shall we see what we're playing for today, fellas? I'm just going to put in front of us, by the magic of editing, there's going to be in front of our faces the trophy for the Colosseum Cup annual tournament. Isn't it a pretty thing?
Ooh, shiny.
Very shiny. Ooh, glossy. Ooh.
Very angular. I'm a big fan of trophies myself. I have myself.
Oh, I'll just move it out of the way so we can actually see you.
A trophy.
Oh, can we see that trophy? Just throw it up again.
That I won 5 years ago. It's for poker though.
It's cards.
But I like glass. I like glass trophies a lot. So this Colosseum Cup one is both larger and very pretty.
It makes me want to stop playing my Mimi decks in the league and actually start trying. So that's totally what was going on, and not just because I'm bad at Magic. But yeah, I think what we'll do, folks, is we got a lovely glass trophy. That's true. Can I just take the time now as well to thank our tournament organizer, David McMorrin. He's a fantastic tournament organizer. He's been doing this all year long, and he's kept things running smoothly today behind the scenes as well. Thank you so much for putting this together, fellas. I've had so much fun commentating with you as well. Just before we head into that final game,
I'm getting asked here. Gonna complete next year.
Gonna complete.
Well, never say never. I'll check my schedule certainly, but you
just
know.
I was just gonna say, just while we're doing the thanks as well, I think big thanks needs to go to Sam here. He has, me and Lewis has come along with chat rubbish. But Sam's put a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, all those nice transitions, putting up the picture of the trophy there as he's doing the commentating, and definitely deserves a lot of thanks for all that stuff he's been doing.
Thanks, Chris. You didn't have to say that. That's it's entirely off the back of everyone else's work, really. Just everyone's feeding me the stuff and I'm just putting it on screen. So, but thank you so much. I very appreciate that.
I have to say as well, if I can, just as myself being a former super try-hard grinder, I've been really impressed with the level of play, and it seems like the level of competition in this cup's really come along.
It really is,
and I think that's very both appealing and good to watch.
Yeah, well, the best compete in this year-end tournament. You have to be consistent all through the year. Sadly, I couldn't make it this year. I only ended up with, I think, 1 pointed finish this year, which was a bit sad. But, at least I've got to have a bit of fun at the back end with this. It's a lovely community to be a part of. Lots of lovely people. I think what we'll try and do for the next game when that comes in is I'll have this trophy down in the side corner, just as a reminder for the final. Make things a little bit more exciting. Just a tiny one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. We're going to be following again Mr. Shipley when things go live. Has anyone got any thoughts on the final, which may or may not be? I assume Shipley has a preferred matchup between Luke and James.
Oh, very much so.
I'd probably guess James as his preferred one. I think the life gain and the card draw from Luke is going to be too much for him to fight. If he gets a life link Nora on anything big, it's going to be too much for him. I mean, approach does win it for him in that case, but
and don't forget, he got absolutely railed in the Swiss. The life gain, the aggression, it doesn't look good for him.
Yeah,
whereas against James, he gets that bit more time. Often, he can get himself into a spot where he gains just enough life, or or whatever, offers Zenith Flare to do it. Plus, he's the aggro in that one.
Yeah.
So I think that suits him a lot better. So the outcome of this match that's going on now is gonna, really shape how the final may go.
Absolutely. I think, like you say, James is the preferred matchup, but I don't think it's a pushover. Even as we saw in that first game, like James can just turn around and win the game out of nowhere, and Shipley will have to have the right cards in the right hand. There are 8 cards in his deck, so he has to have the right half come at the right time.
Yeah.
I suppose we'll just have to maybe go to a break for a little bit, and we'll just wait for the other match to finish up, make sure everything's hunky-dory. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We will be back with the final of the Champions Tourney 2020. I'll see you there.
Who is ready to see the final? We've got 2 rounds. Well, we're going to best of 3, so we're going to have a game, and hopefully another game, and then we might even be at the final.
Absolutely. I cannot wait. This is going to be the first round of the Constructed played back again. Isn't that fantastic? And it's going to be the most competitive matchup that we could have had, I think.
Yeah. And we've got, I'll say a deck, but maybe a commentary favourite deck.
Certainly a commentary favourite deck, especially because I have James in the sweepstake. So I'm rooting for James here.
I'm going to have to be the villain on this panel because, like I said, that was the deck. The cycling deck would be the one out of the top 8 that I would have played.
Yes.
It can go either way. I know you're going to be rooting for the indomitable creativity, but let's just see how it pans out. I'm just hoping we get some good games. Hopefully 3, but some nice close games and some.
Okay, well, we're about to get underway, I think. And we're playing for that lovely little trophy in the top.
2 of the Shipley there, his deck name.
Right, and ready to go. The final of the Champions Tourney 2020. Will it be James or Shipley, 2 of the better players that we have in the tournament? It's looking exciting. And £100 on the line as well. That's something. That's certainly going to buy a few dinners.
Big money.
It's not about the money, though, is it? Let's be honest.
It's about that trophy.
It's about the eternal glory.
And eternal glory, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Interesting opening hand here. Definitely on the control side of the way the deck plays.
Very much.
Really, really nice selection for a Gale.
Opting's played the island first. Probably going to just make sure everything comes in tapped. No need to play any of the tap lands first, I suppose.
Oh,
that makes things a lot nicer.
It does indeed. Do you slam that Drakehaven down on 3 is the question.
I mean, on the player, yeah.
I suppose you don't need to worry too much about neutralize coming in, but Narset might just poo-poo the plans a touch.
It will slow down, but with a Haven in, that Narset's not going to be on the board for very long.
That is true. And you're still getting to draw a card on the opponent's turn if that's when you choose to cycle. So it's not, of course, the end of the world.
You see being on the play so important.
Tap lands, so we're not getting an arse at this turn.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good bounce. Gives a bit of time for James again.
Interesting to play the Clifftop Retreat.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to have the
secluded
step in hand for
cycling.
cycling.
Max cycling.
It does mean Oh, go ahead.
When do you have too much cycling? Because so many lands have got cycling, like you have to play some of them.
It's true. I think James is perhaps going for a next turn creativity. It's possible.
Yeah, very possible.
Especially if he gets an untapped land next turn. I'm so excited to see it. Oh, X's too.
It's going to be very interesting as well. See, they go the land's tapped there. There's 1 less mana. It's going to be very interesting. How do you navigate this combat step? Do Do you just take the 3? You have to. Oh,
Callous
forced.
dismissal. I think, do you let that happen?
Yeah, you do, but you get a Drake or 2 in the process.
Yeah, I'd get Drake.
Yeah, I think so. Especially because now the combo isn't coming down this turn. It does just mean that you get 2 free blocks, though. Oh, and that's another Drake Haven as well. That's not nothing.
Now the Chandra has to uptick to stay alive.
Very much.
I forgot about the mass counting on top of itself there.
Yeah, mass makes 2-2. But I think Shipley is all right to take 2 off the zombie token if James does attack. Opting to play Shatterskull Smashing as a land.
Chooses to attack. That's quite probably indicative of there being no creativity in hand.
True, but I think that getting rid of the Drake is perhaps more valuable for James as well. Like you say, he's got to uptick the Chandra and hope for the best here. There's a Fiery Prophecy. That's going to make things a little safer. Now, does he uptick and maybe -3 Chandra to play another Fiery Prophecy next turn? We'll see.
Okay.
Opting for another Drake Haven.
That 6th land was perfect.
It is, yeah. It just means that you can cycle one of those, neutralize all rescuers to make another Drake.
No attack.
No attack. Not scared. Not scared. I suppose he has got neutralize in hand, so he can counter the combo card.
That's wild.
He's going for a Callous Dismissal again, making a 3-3.
Oh,
that sure is something. I like that. That is a nice line.
But
we'll see if James has anything to follow up with. I think Shipley being a bit cautious there.
Very cautious, very cautious.
Because he could easily have made another Drake. Made
another Drake, yeah.
True. I think just a bit worried about holding that neutralizer. I don't know what for. Is he going to cycle? I don't know if he needs to, but maybe he does just to try and find more land and actually find stuff to do on his own turn.
There is Gear Hulk available.
To draw 2 cards.
That's one argument I would have had for neutralizing at my first opportunity is because then you feel brutal.
That's true. That is true.
Having said that, drawing 2 off your Gear Hulk is perfectly.
He's still not attacking. I would have attacked there because of the 3-3. You're not going to. You don't mind taking the 3 at this point, but you want to get in at the Chandra.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why Shipley's not attacking. Maybe he's thinking about blocking with the 3-3 just because he's worried about a Zenith Flares not in Zenith Flares in this deck.
It may well be to prevent being attacked by the tokens.
Yeah.
And the life total consideration. However,
this is exactly the problem. He just burns it out, and now there's the only thing left that can really deal with it is Torrential Gear Hulk. So we'll see if he does opt to cash in the Torrential Gear Hulk. James could have some sort of counter spell in hand to counter the Torrential Gear Hulk, which obviously does make an issue.
It's not though.
I'm getting word that the third place playoff has already been decided, and Alfie is in 3rd place.
Well done, Alfie.
Well done to Alfie.
Well done.
He deserved a win after the way he played. Unfortunate for Luke there. But, yeah, we're still here in Game 1 of the finals. Zenith Flare not looking at its strongest right now. He's just had to play Drakehaven every turn, so things have been less than ideal.
It's not its strongest, but you can just take out Chandra with it, I think.
That's true. That's true. I suppose getting rid of the board presence is really just enough to keep things going. Does he pay 2 life here? No.
This 5/6 is going to get the job done. It's bigger than the Terrors.
Worth noting though, I do believe James has a braid. I don't know if he has any, if they have any in the main deck. I know they have some in the sideboard. I'll just quickly check. Historic shenanigans is what James has called it, and I think they're right. Very much shenanigans afoot, but
Still
not
in
enough
full-on
shenanigans to necessarily win the game. I don't spy an braid in the main, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Or do I?
Versus Healy.
Or I do apologise, there are two. I found them. Tapping out now to counter that Saheeli.
I don't think I would have. There it is.
Yeah, that's exactly why. The clock is...
Well, what's a Healy doing? Just might make some 1-1s.
It's road blocking. That's all it is. Yeah.
Very much. Now the sarcophagus is ready. That just leaves up 2 counter spells.
Neutralizes on the line.
Mm-hmm. And this is good. You get to pay, you get to leave open and neutralize. Just perfect.
Cast out as well. Then you can just cast in the opponent's turn if he wants.
Yeah.
There. Okay,
And
so
James is sealing off. They're going to game 3 here. Game 2. Been a long day.
Wishing away games.
Not for James. I want James to win. Remember. So sideboarding in the Dovin's vetoes, sideboarding out the renewed faiths. I think that's quite wise. Out the ominous seas as well.
Yeah, choosing to go for instant impact spells.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I'd go with the full hog on Dovin's veto, just because of the critical density. Obviously, only the problem with that is you're not countering the Terror of the Peaks, but
yeah, 4 creatures in a deck. You just have to take that chance. You've got other counter spells for that.
Yeah,
you're not casting the terrors very often either.
No, exactly.
You're open to creativity into them.
He's got this.
Can I just say that Abandoned Sarcophagus is the most artifact?
The most what? Sorry.
Is the most perfect artifact ever printed. Don't have me.
3 mana does nothing, surely.
So it's Yawgmoth's Will every turn.
Isn't it? That's ridiculous. And Yawgmoth's Will's restricted in Vintage, so there you go.
I was past Abandoned Sarcophagus in draft at Nationals, and I went into the cycle plan, but just didn't get there, didn't get the key cards. Made me very sad.
Such a shame.
That is sad, but I'm proud of you for taking it.
Yeah, well, it was actually off your advice, because when I gave you a lift to GP Birmingham, you said, if you get a chance to do cycling, just do it.
Our Devastation cycling was utterly legit.
It was. I knew going into the draft that I wasn't going to get very far. Like, halfway through, it was too late to change lanes, but I was just kind of waiting for that. I can't remember the hollow one.
Yeah.
Start of this match though, nice aggressive start for Shipley.
Yeah, it's looking like a decent curve, but he needs to find his lands.
Well, he's got his Dovin's veto here as well, and he can start cycling to find his lands.
Yeah, provide some solid protection, and that's exactly what Shipley wants to see. I think Tiberius isn't too unhappy with that, just because it means a counter spell's out the way for one of its more impactful spells.
Taking the turn off here to the Drakehaven set up some really strong subsequent turns.
Yeah, Shipley's tapped out, so Tiberius can resolve something if they want to.
Yep, got to be on the lookout next turn.
Chandra coming in, just being nice and aggressive, but is Flooded Fox going to be too big?
One thing I'm very sad that I haven't is the absolutely joyous interaction that Drakehaven has with Thoughtseize.
Ah, very nice counter Thoughtseize.
And your opponent just being so sad.
Tap land.
I think that's just fine though. You still get the the next turn.
There is a window for the creativity now.
There is.
Mm-hmm.
But the creativity would be X is 2, which is just enough.
Yeah, which is yeah.
Well, we see it. They do have cards in hand. I'm crossing my fingers, please.
Only 1 card in hand, anyway.
they only need it. Come on, James. We're hearing the cry.
Doesn't look like they've got it.
No, they wouldn't attack if they had it. or they were bluff attacking. Another Valiant Rescuer. I think it's just going to...
This is quickly getting out of hand.
Very much. But saved perhaps 2 life by double attacking the Chandra there. So there's still a chance for James, but they're looking more and more unlikely.
No cycle.
No
Bluffing counter spell.
Being very disciplined there. Going for a commit, getting rid of that fox.
Okay.
Don't hate it. No cycle, so no Valorant Rescuer token.
Say the truth. Digging.
What would you be digging for if you were James here? I know we can't see everything in hand, but I suppose you just want threat, right?
Removal?
Removal, maybe.
I think you just want to kind of try and remove the rescuer there.
What?
The issue that the sad issue that has is because of the cycling engine going on. You make a Drake and everything. You're playing a Planeswalker for no value.
Yeah.
It's a fog each turn essentially, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, 3 mana fog isn't necessarily ideal, but I suppose the saving grace is James isn't dying, not quickly. Opting not to play the Flourishing Fox, I suppose, to get more value off of a potential Censor and Drake cycle.
Yeah. Looking at Flashback See the Truth issue.
Either Flashback See the Truth or a removal spell. There you go. That's exactly what we talked about earlier. See the Truth from the graveyard.
Could counter
of course, yeah.
He's bluffing the cycle as if to say, I totally don't have a Censor in hand. Or maybe he's not thought about it. He has thought about it. There you go.
Yeah.
Making it look like he found it off the cycle.
Yeah.
That's a psychology game there.
It is.
That's it.
And that's enough.
Well done, Shipley.
Well done
Shipley.
to Shipley. We'll see if we can get him in the booth. But that means that he is our Tourney 2020 champion. And what an absolute smash he's made.
What a fun deck as well. Like, and I've lost that deck before, and it doesn't feel great when you lose to it, just because you feel like you can do literally nothing against it.
Yeah,
it's all working off the cycling, and it's not like the standard version of it where it's Zenith or a bust a lot of the time. It just attacks from so many angles.
Absolutely. I've got to say, well done to James as well. He looked like he was having a bit of a rough time at the beginning of the constructed portion, but he managed to pull it back and get into the final. And I was certainly rooting for him. Sadly, I've lost the sweepstake there, but could be worse. I think we'll be joined very shortly by Shipley when he's ready, just to come on the interview and tell us how he feels. If he fancies putting the cam on as well, that'd be fantastic. But we'll see. There we go.
Here he comes.
Here he comes. And there's the dance. Well done, Shipley. Very well done.
Oh, man. Thank you very much. That was pretty nervous. Like, even before the start of the final, I was like, oh.
I must say, for playing on camera, you did very well as well.
Thank you. It was like nerve-wracking because I thought at some points in the game when you had Chandra out, I thought he's gonna have creativity here. He's gonna have creativity here. He's gonna put a bunch of dragons on the board and he's gonna kill me. Oh.
Yeah, because that's all he needed to do that turn. You tapped out, wasn't it? He just had to have creativity that turn, and that was it. But I think getting rid of an asset from the board probably was the key there.
Yeah, I was just getting rid of that. Yeah, counter it as soon as possible, and trying to kill Chandra as soon as it hits the board, or even just counter it, so he doesn't have a consistent token maker for his creativity. Yeah.
Yeah, you very much did well, both of you. In fact, everyone's played quite well that we've seen today. A bit unfortunate. We've obviously got started off with a few unlucky games, but how did the draft go for you as well, Shipley? Let's just flip back on that.
My deck performed much better than I thought it would do. Actually, I went 2-1 in the draft section. I think I was kind of correct about my main power cards being the Allosaurus, the 4-mana 5/5 that can fight if I kick it. And the Eldritch Reborn, I didn't really get to play that too much, but the Rite of Benson lock was fantastic. And Chaina's Nightmare, I think it's called. That did pretty well. Yeah, Chaina's Torment, that's the one. That did really well for me. When I played against Gareth, I made it into a 13/13.
Wow.
So like, literally, like, I think the chain of events was like, the board was cleaned because he attacked in, and I did a pump spell, and we traded. And then I played, well, what was it again? I think it was Chaina's Torment into Rite of Benson Lock, and then into Phyrexian Scriptures, then putting a +1/+1 counter onto Phyrexian Scriptures. Sorry, onto the Nightmare that came from Chainers, wiped the board, and then I got my 6/6 demon out and just won from there. The match I lost was against Jared because he had just an insane sapling deck. Basically, he made the deck that I wanted to make from pack one, pick one. But yeah, I think the draft went really well.
Fellas, any comments?
I've got one question, right?
Yeah.
Your historic deck.
Yes.
Yorion. Tell me why.
Yeah. I want to play 8 cards.
Okay. I would say to the guys, I was saying, okay, just really blink any of your stuff that fancies getting blinked. Was it just a flex?
You could say it was a flex, yeah, but I was playing 80 cards because of cycling. When it gets to late game, I sort of just get scared about drawing the entire deck out. I mean, you could counter that by saying I could have put Commit the Memory in, and I'm going to say I forgot about that card.
Excellent point. I think McMorrin in the chat saying you're going to be terrible to be around for a whole year. So I hope you rub it in his face if he's coming out with comments like that. But
I have such a big grin. I'm going to have such a big grin. I'll take a trophy off Dave as well.
And Gareth, wishing you.
I've got a quick question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a quick question. What's your favourite part about the Colosseum Cup?
Well, I got a lot of favourite things about it.
It's not the abuse you receive every week, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Dave's done a great job of setting it up. The general nature of it being such a friendly competition and all that, and also playing when it's new stands that are coming out is great because you just get a fresh stand experience, and everyone's playing new decks and such. It's great. I love that.
And joining us in the chat now, commiserations, but well fought, James Hartley, the smashing man himself. Thank you very much.
Guys, I had an unbelievable amount of fun, and I was never going to win that matchup in a billion years.
You say that, we thought you had it.
You're playing the coolest deck.
I mean, I hadn't lost then. I would have played on, but quite frankly, the nice before censoring my spell was just rude, so I couldn't be asked.
Sorry.
I was like, I ain't suffering through this. Nah, you've got this. You've deserved this.
When I said nice, it actually came from a genuine place. I thought it was a really cool player doing the Chandra and bringing back C through what's it called against
See the Truth.
See the Truth,
yeah. See the Truth. I thought that was a really cool player, but then I noticed a sensor in my hand. I was like, oh, I'm gonna look like such a dick.
No, I fully expected it. I mean, it's one of those where it just has the right combination of things against me. Like any sort of tempo deck is always the worst thing against a combo deck. And I'm a combo control deck, but I need to get something going. I need to get an engine going.
Yeah.
And when you keep me off balance, there's just nothing I can do about that. When I play against the mid-range, the Sultai decks, they don't have a chance. Frankly, it is a delightfully one-sided matchup. But that sort of thing, yeah, I was never going to come close. But I had good fun either way. So congratulations, deserved win.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and a very deserved second place for you as well, James.
Hey, I had unbelievable amounts of fun. I was pretty happy with my draft deck. I played some absolute family-censored word for historic. What more could you want?
I mean, it was fantastic to watch everyone involved. I have to say, congratulations to everyone from McMorrin in the chat, and it was just an absolute barnstormer. Thank you so much, everyone, for a fantastic day. Any comments from anyone before we go?
I don't know if we've already given shout-outs. You mentioned McMorrin in the chat. I mean, he's put on this entire league, this entire tournament, all of that. What a hero! What an absolute hero! Absolutely, everyone deserves to be giving him the props.
Can't forget about the heroes in the commentary box as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. They've done a good job, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, I think something that's kind of gone unmentioned as well is just the community itself, the players. It never gets nasty. It's always very friendly, and
I don't know. When I lose, I can get a bit of it.
It's only when I draw top decks every time, though, right, James? To be fair, I deserve it when I top deck like that.
It's when you like spend 30 seconds deciding on playing your land and then top deck. That's the one.
Yeah, I am known for that, I will say. But yeah, I suppose all that's left to do is finish off by shilling whatever you'd like to shill before we go. So who wants to go first? Everyone's
Sure. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Pass Left Drafts, PLDMTG on YouTube, doing a mixture of limited format events. If you ever look at what I'm doing and you can think of an idea of something that you'd like to see, let us know. I am working on a commons and uncommons queue for Arena at the moment, which is slightly played to do as a cube that you can play with your friends, but it'll hopefully be a little bit lighter on the wild card. So hopefully next weekend I'm going to get a video for that, and I definitely suggest giving it a look and give it a play with your friends.
Lovely. Lewis?
Oh, well, I mean, if we are shilling. Yeah, so you can find me at Tibler Twitch. Can find some time to stream it. Other than that, though, my LGS Gathering Point Games. We're not back open for games yet, of course, Tier 3 restrictions, but I do deliveries and collections in the Northeast. So that's if anybody wants anything paper-based, come see me.
Absolutely. McMorrin says best shop in the Northeast.
Oh, thank you very much. I try.
And James, I believe I've heard a rumour that you've considered starting streaming again soon.
Yeah, so I used to be a speedrunner back in the day. I used to have some fun going fast, playing things fast. And in the process of moving house at the minute, but when that's all sorted out, then I'll be resetting up the stream. So if people want to drop me a follow over at twitch.tv/JamesTiberius, then all one word.
Capital J, capital
then yeah, I believe that is the correct one anyway.
I've just put it in the chat.
Should be a waiting picture of the guys from Elite Beat Agents, if you've ever played that. Fantastic game. Then yeah, we'll be kicking off, probably doing some D-Rust speedruns of some of the old games that I used to play, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Metroid Fusion, maybe some Pokemon. Nice. And then I'm also in the process of learning Breath of the Wild, so get some good gaming streams on the go there.
Shipley, have you got anything you'd like to plug?
I suppose my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/shippers, shippers with 2 P's. I don't really stream much, honestly, but
when you do,
when I do, I mean, I'm at 40 followers somehow. So
hey, that's most of the way there to affiliate.
Yeah, I know. I'd only 10 more if I actually just stream more. But who knows? I might stream more in the future, maybe next year. So yeah. I think it's time for you to shill.
Yeah, and save the best shilling for last. The most shilling for last, I should say. You can go...
The Shill King.
The Shill King, yes, absolutely. You guys can join me at Crash and Basham on Twitch, or you can find me, Crash and Basham _ on Twitter, where I just basically reply to James half the time. Sometimes I do a little bit of replying to some of your favourite Twitter people. But I think for today... that's going to be everything. So all that leaves is for us to thank David Moran for hosting the event, and to thank my commentary team, and of course to thank the players for the 2020. Well done, Mr. Shipley, for winning once again, and well fought, James, as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you around.
See you next season.
See you soon.
Yeah,
cheers, everyone.
See you next season.
See you next season.